Сегодня первый раз очень свежее утро, и я вчера сильно устал, а вот утром почувствовал вот эту свежесть этого дня, и поэтому сегодня все хорошо, солнце светит, и я хотел бы приветствовать вас. Второй день конференции. Сегодня 22 сентября, воскресенье, и мы с вами начинаем второй день конференции. По программе первое выступление – это моя презентация. Я хотел бы попросить нашего коллегу Тимура запустить эту презентацию. Мгм. Уважаемые коллеги, тема моей презентации – атомные электростанции как новый вид радиологического оружия массового поражения. Это, может быть, звучит как-то странно, потому что всегда мы слышали мирный атом, который безопасен, но я думаю, что это не так. И попытаюсь сказать несколько слов об этом. Во-первых, я хочу сказать, что я физик по образованию и эколог. Много лет проработал в атомной отрасли СССР и России. И на нашей планете, мне представляется, сейчас усиливается политическая и социально-экологическая турбулентность. Появились новые вызовы. Речь идет о войнах в регионах с высокой концентрацией атомных электростанций и хранилищ отработавшего ядерного топлива или ядерных отходов. Эти объекты проектировались и строились без защиты от возможных атак современного неядерного оружия. Если эти объекты будут разрушены, то негативные последствия для здоровья человека и природы будут глобальными, более долгосрочными, чем при использовании атомного оружия. Вот перед вами слайд, в котором показано, как российские и белорусские ученые опубликовали подробные исследования о последствиях аварии на Чернобыльской АЭС в 1986 году. По их оценкам, значительно возросло количество дополнительных смертей из-за радиоактивного загрязнения в Европе, Африке, Азии и Северной Америке появилось сотни тысяч дополнительных смертей. И по оценкам экспертов, за 20 лет после катастрофы жертвами Чернобыльской аварии стал 1 миллион человек. И это число продолжает расти. Это результат радиоактивного загрязнения в результате аварии на Чернобыльской атомной станции. Вот для сравнения, по имеющейся информации, число жертв бомбардировки Хиросимы и Нагасаки через 70 лет после того, как произошла эта бомбардировка, достигла 450 тысяч человек. Таким образом, после Чернобыля 1 миллион человек жертв, после Хиросимы и Нагасаки 450 тысяч человек. И можно говорить, что разрушение одного ядерного реактора привело примерно в 2 раза больше жертв, чем от взрыва 2 атомных бомб в Японии. Очень важная деталь. После взрывов в Хиросиме и Нагасаки города были восстановлены на том же самом месте, но при этом восстановить Чернобыль, жизнь, нормальную жизнь, безопасную жизнь в районе Чернобыльской атомной станции невозможно. Это означает, что так называемые мирные ядерные технологии, я имею в виду АЭС, в современных социально-политических условиях в мире фактически трансформировались в радиологическое оружие массового поражения. И это не абстрактная проблема. Next. Ага. А, и на этой, вот там нельзя ли убрать вот этот... Ага. За последние 40 лет ядерные и радиационные объекты в Иране, Ираке, Сирии были разрушены из-за ударов военной авиации. Решения об этом принимали политики Ирана, Израиля и Соединенных Штатов Америки. Это были маленькие реакторы, и последствия были не так значительны. При этом существуют международные конвенции, а также решения Генеральной Ассамблеи Международного агентства по атомной энергии, которые запрещают военное воздействие на мирные атомные объекты. Но, тем не менее, это происходит. Вот за последние 3 года военным атакам подверглись остановленная Чернобыльская АЭС и хранилище отработавшего ядерного топлива. Следующий слайд.
Can you read the thing which is written up there because it was under the other
Вот,
topic, the other one, the topic,
ага.
and then there were also
И
a lot of
слева,
these
ага, вот так.
countries.
Окей. Значит, перед вами
Will you publish them all?
перед вами Запорожская атомная электростанция. Это крупнейшая атомная станция в Европе. 6 атомных реакторов. И эта станция была захвачена с помощью оружия российскими военными. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Были террористические атаки на линии электропередач Ленинградской АЭС, это в 35 километрах отсюда, от 5-миллионного Петербурга. Существуют риски разрушения, которые могут произойти на Курской атомной станции с реакторами чернобыльского типа. И сейчас, вы знаете, идут военные действия в районе Курской атомной электростанции. И я подсчитал, что примерно 1,6 миллиарда летальных доз содержится в Ленинградской и Курской атомной электростанции. Летальных доз плутония-239. Это элемент, который имеет период полураспада 24 тысячи лет. Таким образом, если будут разрушены эти так называемые мирные атомные объекты, то количество жертв может быть значительно больше, чем от взрывов атомной бомбы, и воздействия могут быть на громадные территории. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Я подсчитал также, что отработавшее ядерное топливо от Ленинградской атомной станции и Запорожской атомной станции содержит примерно в 20 тысяч раз больше плутония 239, чем плутониевая бомба, сброшенная на Нагасаки. Представляете, на одной атомной станции в 20 тысяч раз больше плутония, но последствия от воздействия этого плутония связано не с взрывом ядерным, он будет просто приведет к колоссальному загрязнению окружающей среды. Очень важная деталь. Политики России и НАТО и других стран, которые продолжают воевать и надеяться на победу без использования атомного оружия. Но вот посмотрите на эту карту размещения атомных электростанций. В случае разрушения любого этого мирного объекта могут быть значительно более масштабные по загрязнению территории, чем взрывы атомных бомб. Таким образом, я считаю, что невозможно добиться победы, потому что в случае разрушения этих объектов жить в районе этих атомных станций будет невозможно. Следующий слайд, будьте добры. Теперь очень опасно развивается сейчас ситуация в Северной Европе и в Балтийском и Арктическом регионах. После вступления Финляндии и Швеции в НАТО эти регионы милитаризируются. По сути, прошла линия противостояния между НАТО и Россией через Балтийское море. Вы видите на этой карте коричневую линию сверху вниз. Это линия конфронтации России и НАТО. Здесь создаются десятки военных баз, опубликованы возможные сценарии военных столкновений в Балтийском регионе между Россией и НАТО. И если начнутся боевые действия, то будет невозможно гарантировать безопасность более чем 30 атомных реакторов и десятков тысяч тонн ядерных отходов. Это может стать крахом традиционного уклада жизни для 90 миллионов человек в 9 странах, в том числе и в России. Такое начало может привести к глобальному ядерному конфликту и к концу современной цивилизации. Международное агентство по атомной энергии и международные конвенции не защищают атомные электростанции от нападений военных и террористов. В то же время Международное агентство по атомной энергии лоббирует строительство новых АЭС как инструмент решения климатических проблем. Но решить климатическую проблему, создав риски радиоактивного загрязнения, невозможно. То есть, решая одну проблему, мы создаем другую проблему. И, на мой взгляд, пришло время, когда гражданское общество должно сформулировать свое отношение, и эти решения должны быть направлены политикам, и должны быть приняты адекватные меры для защиты нашей планеты от ядерной угрозы, от мирного атома. Поэтому я считаю, что коалиция миротворческих, экологических, правозащитных организаций и движений в защиту традиционного образа жизни коренных народов может сформулировать новую повестку дня. Чувство ответственности и солидарности жителей Балтийского, Арктического и других экологических регионов могут стать силой, способной к выходу из глобального кризиса. И следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Я думаю, что нам нужно взяться за руки жителям этих экологических регионов, чтобы не пропасть поодиночке. Спасибо. Уважаемые коллеги, сейчас пришло время для второго выступающего. Это Изабель. Изабель, вам слово.
Yes, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank you all again. Uh, Wait, I have the Russian translation on my microphone. I think I have to switch it. Just a second. How can I get this off? All right. Okay. All right. So first of all, I want to thank you all a lot for organizing this conference and especially organizing it in Russia. It's a wonderful sign that peace and cooperation in and with Russia is possible, as there are many more possibilities to demonstrate it, which we should use in every possibility. And the second point, I'm very shocked to hear, I just heard it right now, that there seems to have been a massive attack since yesterday by Israel on southern Lebanon with new devastating kind of bombs, and that on the International Day of Peace.
Isabel, sorry,
Yes?
excuse me.
Yes?
May I ask you in the beginning, introduce yourself because it's
Okay.
important. Who are you and what
Yes.
do you do? Please.
All right. I'm a member of the German Peace Council. My background is actually from art history, politics, and English. I'm active in the peace movement since many years. As I said yesterday, I had a cooperation also with the climate movement and tried to bring climate and peace movement together. I'm also was a spokesperson of the political party, the Left, of the International Political Advisory Commission. But I left this party now, and I'm freelance, working in peace and Europe studies. So as I was saying, I heard this news this morning that there seems to have been massive attacks in southern Lebanon by a new kind of devastating bombs, and I'm very shocked that they did this, and especially on this International Peace Day, the 21st of September, which was yesterday, which was designed to all peoples in the world make at least one day of the weapons should be silent and have a breath and step back from aggression. And they did this aggression, obviously, especially escalating on that day. All right, so now I will talk my presentation about the general issue, why we must address peace and security, not just as a military issue, but as something that is already developing in people's minds. Some people say peace and think of aircraft carriers. Some say security and ruin without necessity, their internal and social peace, and achievements in climate and environment through armament and war economy, although there is no one threatening them. I'm talking about Germany, of course, some other countries as well. It seems to have become a kind of hysteria and irrationality on the highest level. And those who try to bring in some reasoning get defamed and even criminalized now when they plead for international understanding and diplomacy with reconciliation of interests. Freedom of opinion that only allows one-sided transatlantic positions is not freedom of opinion. Those who want to prevent legitimate criticism of government actions by branding it as Russian narrative are dividing society and ruining our democracy. Apparently, the latent unconscious racism against the Slavs with 100 years history has not been dealt with after the Second World War due to the East-West divide, which is why it is now possible to turn it against Russia again, to dehumanize Russians, to suddenly make the freezing of assets and even the use of cluster munition possible again, and to automatically stigmatize any news from Russia as propaganda. It's comic level cliches that are used there. It is not Russian propaganda that our taxpayers' money, which is being sunk into the bottomless pit of misusing Ukraine as a staging area to ruin Russia, is missing from our country's public services, infrastructure, and healthcare. It is also not Russian propaganda that we are harming ourselves with the sanctions that cut us off from cheap Russian energy and instead make us dependent on expensive, environmentally harmful fracking gas. Every day now, 1.75 million barrels of crude oil are shipped across the Atlantic. That's an increase of 70% compared to before 2022. That is one-sided, violent enforcement of mainly US interests at the expense of our own European interests, security, well-being, our environment, and that of the entire planet. According to the UN Environment Programme, the blowing up of the Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipelines has caused the largest single leak to date of methane, a powerful greenhouse gas that can store 87 times more heat in the atmosphere than carbon dioxide in its first 2 decades. At the same time, the US government is toying with the escalation and expansion of the Ukraine war into a third world war and a nuclear inferno in Europe. Zelensky, who according to the Wall Street Journal gave the order to blow up Nord Stream pipelines, has just again rejected an initiative by Brazil and China to end the war politically as destructive. Instead of peace solution, he's pushing for Western arms aid with no limit. The German government has made Germany the second largest supplier of weapons to Ukraine after the USA and does not want to assess whether Ukraine is provoking an expansion of the war by attacking Russian targets. By arming the Nord Stream terrorists, the German government is not only making a complete fool of itself, but their political ghostwrite is becoming a threat to the security of the population. On top of it now, the deployment of medium-range missiles basically means giving up our sovereignty. Scholz has just signed it off in Washington. The missiles would be on US military bases. We don't even know if they are nuclear armed or not. We have no say on it. We have no say in when they go off or against whom. They want to use our territory to turn it into their battlefield, which they have already done with Ukraine. Europe has to wake up and say no to this madness, but act up on its own interests and democracy, since the majority of Europeans stands for immediate ceasefire and negotiations and therefore against any arms deliveries. Just how much the European citizens are not represented in the technocratic EU apparatus is shown by the adoption of the completely condemnable war resolution that aims to use strategic communication in the member states to bring citizens into line with war. However, the EU is increasingly alone in this war stance. The US have begun to withdraw from this war, and the BRICS states are sending a signal by holding their next summit in Russia in October. That says it all. It is not Russia, but NATO which is isolated. Fewer than 40 countries are participating in the sanctions imposed by the so-called values upholding West, and the other 150 are continuing to trade and change with Russia and are now benefiting from cheap energy, wheat, and fertilizer. BRICS means 45% of the world's population, 37% of the world's GDP. 30 countries have applied for membership, with Turkey being the first NATO country that are rushing into something they believe has a future. Basically, we are seeing a civilization in the process of self-destruction. The US-led NATO has provoked an almost all-out warlike conflict with Russia and is instigating a very tense, almost hostile relationship with China and Iran. Its relationship with Africa and South America is characterized by neocolonialism and understandably met with resistance. NATO has thus led its member states into conflict with the whole world and can only lose because only 10% of the world's population live in NATO countries, and there are hardly any resources of their own. The decline began with the broken promise not to expand NATO to the east, which led to the US Maidan coup, the massive armament of Ukraine before 2022 with 4,000 NATO soldiers, 12 CIA military bases, etc. NATO as an alliance for war and conflict escalation is the greatest threat to our security in Europe and should have dissolved together with Warsaw Pact. It must be urgently overcome by a new system of collective security, including Russia, worked out on a new conference of security and cooperation in Europe. In the course of world history, Eurasia was always at the center for thousands of years, until suddenly North America, an island on the edge of the world, moved to the center after 2 world wars, which had left its territory intact. The Cold War divided Europe and the world, with the West coming under the political and cultural dominance of the relatively young state, the USA. The American state was founded at almost the same time as modern capitalism emerged, so there were few pre-capitalist values. The US now wanted to transfer the extraordinary principles of its foundation without history to the rest of the world and maintain the unipolar world order by all means, from rhetoric and information warfare to military pressure. The USA has no diplomacy. It only acts according to the law of the strongest, through threats, military bases, sanctions, etc. Since we in Europe have become too attached to the USA, our art of diplomacy and all the possibilities it offers are also starting to get lost. In Germany, it's a catastrophic failure. It has always been a US concern to prevent cooperation between the technically high developed Germany with Russia, which is rich in raw materials, because it's actually a natural development that European economy is drawn to the East. This is demonstrated by thousands of years of history on the Eurasian continent. What could come out of a new reflection between these old cultures? Europe must take countermeasures now if it does not want to be dragged down into cultural, economic, and global political decline by the USA. It must open up to Eurasia instead and become a non-aligned mediator between East and West instead of having a one-sided US orientation. Abandoning the spirit of never again war could mean the end of Europe, because Europe as a democratic entity cannot survive war. The EU is in danger of collapsing due to the Ukraine policy. We can safely let the EU go, but Europe must not die. As we can see, a further escalating bloc confrontation leads to authoritarianism and decivilization. Democracy and freedom are threatened above all from within. Europe must once again be a force for peace and contribute to the creation of an equal multipolar world in the 21st century. We finally need an independent European policy in our own interest, which means non-alignment and peaceful coexistence with all our neighbors, including Russia, instead of continuing to be instrumentalized and targeted by the USA. Nobody is threatening us. Nobody is attacking us. An alleged Russian threat is being conjured up and provoked, but when the government is confronted directly by question, it also admits that there is no threat from Russia. A credible policy of social justice and good health care can only be achieved if the military budget is reduced to the minimum required for national defense within national borders, and the US troop deployment agreement is terminated. A credible policy of ecological sustainability and climate neutrality can only be achieved if all military emissions are stopped before any civilian savings are imposed. It is a scandal and unbelievable hypocrisy that the military is deliberately excluded from the climate agreements, including the Paris Charter, by governments under pressure from NATO countries. This must be rectified immediately and must also be emphasized much more in society. Thank you.
Тимур, когда я говорю, можно сделать на экран полный?
Еще раз?
Нет.
Сейчас делаю, да.
Matthew is the next speaker.
Я. Уважаемые коллеги, пожалуйста, следующая презентация. Приглашается Меххил Hindenburg-Woger.
Introduction, please.
And, пожалуйста, сделайте представление, кто вы, и чтобы было понятно. Мгм.
Thank you. I'm a medical doctor and member of the IPPNW, the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, since it was founded in the early in the 1980s. And I'm also a psychoanalyst because I wanted to understand how it's possible that people seeming to be normal people are able to do things that they did during the Nazi time, the Germans. And I'm always interested in how it interferes the psychological individual mechanisms with social with mechanisms of the society. So my paper is corroded munition sank in the North Sea and in the Baltic Sea after World War I and II, a symbol for the risk of unresolved collective traumatizations. After World War I and II, Germany was forced to destroy its weapons. 1.6 million tons of bombs, mines, and torpedoes, and about 5,000 tons of chemical munition were sunk in the sea. These huge amounts of munition corroding on the bottom of the sea now cause special awareness. The increasing danger of accidental explosions and the contamination by TNT indicated in mussels forces risky efforts to solve these ticking bombs. And while we still don't know how to get rid of the terrible and dangerous remains of the last war, the Baltic Sea is again used, or better, abused, for provocating NATO maneuvers, shipping lots of military equipment and soldiers. Kiel, the city I live in, is an important port of transshipment. Therefore, the slogan of the Kiel Peace Movement is, "The Baltic Sea shall be a sea of peace. Peace, not war, shall be sent out from Kiel." For me, these explosive, corroding remains of war are symbols for unresolved collective traumas of war hidden in our souls. Traumas and the related emotions even can be transmitted to following generations. These emotions are the fuel to prepare people for war. Demagogic politicians can activate these slumbering traumas for propaganda, triggering old anxieties and feelings of being threatened. This changes the perception of the other, turning him into an enemy. The group's image of the enemy helps to foster the group's cohesion, splitting the world into good, that means we, and evil, that means them, and adopting the ideology of deterrence. Deterrence requires the image of a dangerous enemy against whom we have to defend, thus leads to arms race. The Nazi propaganda used images depicting Russian soldiers as barbarous and cruel to strengthen the fighting spirit of the German troops, because they were aware that if Germany would lose the war, they had to expect heavy revenge for their cruelties against the Russian people. The consciousness of the German guilt over the war crimes they committed in the East is emotionally split off. This guilt is not acknowledged in the German collective identity in anything similar to the way the German crimes against Jews in the Holocaust are. In contrary, the Germans denied and warded off their crimes against the Russians by recalling their own traumatizations by the Red Army. Thus, the traumas inflicted on the Soviet people are overwritten by the traumatizations experienced by the Germans, especially by those fleeing under extremely difficult conditions before the Russian troops arrived. Beyond that, the dire conditions of the German soldiers during the terrible battle in Stalingrad and their imprisonment in Russia are more present in the collective memories than the more than 2 million Russian prisoners of war who died from starvation in German camps, or the terrible siege of Leningrad. The memories of their own traumatizations helped the Germans to see themselves as victims, not admitting that they had been the perpetrators, nor acknowledging the traumas they had inflicted on the Soviet people, causing 20 to 30 million deaths. Even though all armies, or those of the Western Allies, committed severe war crimes, especially raping of women, the traumatic experiences of the Germans were more often recalled in relation to Russian soldiers. Because soon after the war, West Germany was admitted in the Western Alliance and the Soviet Union became the old new enemy. Collective traumas can only be overcome if one acknowledges the responsibility for the own guilt, mourns, and asks for forgiveness. This needs political and public gestures and reparation. When Willy Brandt, the former Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, 1970, knelt down at the memorial of the uprising in the Warsaw Ghetto, this was such an important symbolic gesture. But no similar gesture happened with Russia because of the bloc confrontation during the Cold War. In 1990, when the Soviet Union collapsed, Russia was in some sense finally defeated, at least economically. While the Warsaw Pact unraveled in 1990, the NATO did not. Quite the opposite. NATO expanded further and further to the east. The unique opportunity for the pan-European peace structure that Gorbachev had proposed and that had raised such hopes simply evaporated. Especially when Ukraine was invited to join NATO, led the Russian government to draw up red lines. But the Russian warnings were dismissed and ignored by the NATO, especially by the USA, who claimed to be the only global superpower. When the USA set up anti-ballistic missiles in Poland and in Romania, breaking the ABM treaty, and regarding the 80 US military bases which are surrounding Russia, and when even it is planned now to install cruise missiles and hypersonic rockets in Germany, reducing the pre-warming time to few minutes, the threat for Russia to be subdued again becomes very real. Thus, Germany is in danger to become the target of a preemptive Russian attack. In politics, it is important to empathize with the perspective of the other, to try to feel what the other may feel. But this didn't happen. Instead, there was more and more confrontation. Important disarmament treaties were revoked. The conflict in Ukraine escalated. The role that the West played in this conflict, and especially the role of the USA with its geopolitical interests, was denied. Putin was depicted as the only aggressor who broke international law, thus relieving German guilt feelings. When Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022, old fears of an impending Russian invasion in Germany were fed by recalling old traumatic experiences resulting from the traumas of 1945 and Cold War fears. This could explain the emotional intensity of discussions, where no more differentiation was possible, even leading to heavy conflicts between friends. Fears and threatening images of the enemy are used for propaganda and militarization on both sides. In Russia as well, old traumatic experiences of being attacked by Germany were activated when German weapons and tanks given to Ukraine were used to fight against Russian soldiers. The Russian propaganda referred to the traumatic, albeit successful battles of the Great Patriotic War against Nazi Germany, which plays an important part in Russian collective identity. This conference tries to overcome these images of enemy by personal meetings and exchange who all have been cut down after the Russian invasion. Thus, this conference is a small light of hope in these dark times. Finally, the ongoing massive militarization and war itself exacerbate massively the climate crisis. But we cannot afford any more wars. Instead, we should cooperate and put all our combined efforts to fight against the unfolding climate crisis. Thank you.
Большое спасибо, мать. Это замечательно чувствовать вашу речь в Петербурге, который много пережил во время Второй мировой войны. И то, что вы сказали, для нас очень важно. Спасибо. Следующая, Пале Бенсен. Пожалуйста, представьтесь, прежде чем начать свою презентацию.
Yes, good morning. First, I want to ask if I'll be able to show a presentation here. Will you make me a co-host? Well, as to who I am, I'm, as you can see, Palle Benson. I'm from NOAA, Friends of the Earth, Denmark. NOAA is the oldest environmental organization in Denmark, now 55 years. I'm a long-time climate campaigner, and for the last 10 years, I've been analyzing and debating the nexus between climate change and the military, between conflict and wars and climate change. And I've been advocating, just as Isabel said, that climate environmental and peace movements work together. I'll change the focus from the previous speaker and talk about climate change and the Arctic. I wonder if you can see a presentation that I have. Is that possible? Oleg?
Вам предоставлена возможность показывать слайды. Демонстрация экрана, пожалуйста, сделайте. Внизу вашего экрана есть
Okay.
специальный...
Yeah. Do you see it?
Not yet.
Нет еще?
Okay. Now?
Yes, yeah.
Do you see it now?
Yes.
Okay.
Да, но только, пожалуйста,
Yeah.
включите полный экран.
Yeah. It doesn't react to my full screen here. Wait a minute.
А вот в правом нижнем углу есть специальный значок. Нажмите клавишу F5, может быть, поможет.
Yeah, I tried F5. Now it is. Okay.
О, да, окей.
Okay. Here's the, as you can see in the bottom, NOAA, Friends of Earth Denmark has become an ICANN partner as part of our trying to join the two movements. So the Arctic sea ice and Greenland's ice sheet play a crucial role in the Earth's climate system. The sea ice has been declining over the last decades, and we see now that the ice-covered area is shrinking and is dominated by younger and thinner ice. The volume is about only 1/4 of what it was 40 years ago. And we've had satellite surveillance since 1978, in addition to what is observed on the ground, on the ice. Climate change is a matter of trapping the heat from the sun's radiation. It's a change in the balance or equilibrium that has been in place in the epoch we call the Holocene, which is the last 10,000 years. It has been a world of 14 degrees Celsius plus minus 0.5 degrees Celsius, a very stable climate that we are leaving now. We are already outside of that band. Climate change happens, as you know, due to the increase in greenhouse gases like CO2 and methane and nitrous oxide, and most importantly, water vapor, actually. The water cycle regulates 95% of the heat dynamic of our planet. Until recently, the Arctic Sea and Greenland was covered in ice that was renewed every year and thus very white. This white surface reflects the sunlight well. It contributes to keeping the climate cold, and it's called the albedo effect. And the white surface has a high albedo, it's said, while the low albedo ice-free dark sea absorbs the sunlight and heats the sea. So this is what scientists call a feedback loop, a self-enforcing feedback loop. But there are more feedback loops in play here. There's the black carbon or black soot that is carried by winds from industries, the cities in the northern hemisphere, and also from wildfires and sometimes from volcanic eruption. This also means loss of albedo and consequent heating, another feedback loop. And on top of that, there's the microbial growth on the ice, which also makes for dark ice. So we have this general sea ice decline mainly seen with the area in the summer period. In September, we have the minimum area of sea ice in the Arctic, and now it's said that there's a potential for an ice-free summer, ice-free September, I should say, as early as 2030. This slide shows the daily sea surface temperatures are not in the polar region, but in the area outside of between the two polar regions, from 60 degrees north to 60 degrees south. And you can see the last 2 years are completely off the previous averages. And other feedback loops that they have are, of course, the melting of the Greenland ice sheet. You all know that it would be catastrophic and it will take a very long time, but large quantities of ice is melting every day, every year. And the second one is thawing of the permafrost in the tundra regions, which leads to leaking of methane, which is a strong greenhouse gas that has been trapped. Someone is talking. Please turn off your microphones. The methane has been trapped in the permafrost for thousands of years. It's as I think Isabel said, it's a very strong greenhouse gas. In the first 2 decades, it's more than 80 times stronger than CO2, and it's calculated that the polar region contains 1,500 gigatons of methane. And you can see on the picture to the right how a picture from the tundra in Siberia, how the Earth is changing when the permafrost is thawing, and the methane escapes. So all in all, it makes for much above average temperature rises in the Arctic Sea, 4 to 7 times more than the global average. And well, this slide shows how small the remaining carbon budget is if we want to stay below the 1.5 threshold. It only gives us 5 years at the current emissions rate, which is like nothing. And so we can see that there's no chance with all the methods discussed at the moment to stay within this more safe carbon budget. Well, that's another discussion, but compare this to 1,500 gigatons of methane. Just a small amount of that will completely break this budget. Okay. One more disastrous consequence of the changing climate is the weakening of the polar jet stream. We see on these two pictures to the left is a more strong polar jet stream, and to the right, the polar jet stream is weakened, so it's meandering more than before. And that makes for the situations where cold polar air is going further down south, and warm air is transported from the south northwards. And it impacts as far down south in United States as Texas, and in Europe we've seen the recent flooding in Central and Southern Europe, which also has to do with the weakening of the jet streams. And more water vapor is transported northwards, and with water as a greenhouse gas, it also contributes to heating the Arctic Sea. In the sea, we have this what is called the global thermohaline circulation. It's created by surface heat and freshwater fluxes. It transports heat and dissolved matter around the globe, like in a great global conveyor belt. The red color illustrates the warm water, and the blue, the colder water, deeper in the sea column. And near Greenland, we have what's called AMOC, the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, or the Greenland pump, where warm water from the Gulf Stream meets the cold fresh water from Greenland, and so it goes down to the bottom of the sea and goes back. And there's a fear that this pump would collapse, and if it does so, it will substantially lower the temperature in the northern Europe. We all know that our climate here is dependent on the Gulf Stream. And the seaboard of North America would experience accelerated sea level rise. Well, all this impacts wildlife. It impacts marine ecosystems, fisheries, and gives ground for large wildfires, both in Canada and Russia, especially there. And it, of course, impacts societies. We see infrastructure collapse due to the thawing of permafrost and due to coastal erosion. And of course, it impacts the indigenous communities in the polar region more than others. And other countries are that the marine industry sees, the shipping industry see this as an opportunity of opening new sea routes. They would save time by sailing from Europe to Japan, for instance, or China in the Northeast Passage. In the recent Pentagon Arctic strategy, it says that choke points such as the Bering Strait between Alaska and Russia and the Barents Sea north of Norway are becoming more navigable and more economically and militarily significant. And what that means is that we have a larger risk of mineral extraction on land and in the deep sea, including oil and gas, and of course also rare earth minerals. All this will impact the frail ecology of the Arctic, and will easily impact the food chain. A spill of oil will very easily impact the food chain, and so the human livelihood and survival, and also add to CO2 emissions. Another consequence is that we have this further militarization, which also, as we know, impacts ecology and adds to CO2 emissions, and not least the risk of war. And I'll end by stating that if war breaks out between the US and Russia, it's game over. It will immediately become a nuclear war. There are no war games played out in, at least in the United States, that do not end in all-out nuclear war. And hundreds of millions will be killed immediately, and billions will die as a result of breakdown of societies, and as a result of the nuclear winter that follows, because the sunlight will be shutting out. There will be so large firestorms that billions of tons of soot, black soot, will be lofted up into the stratosphere, where it will not rain out. It will stay there for years. and the photosynthesis will more or less stop, and agriculture will be impossible, and the global temperatures will drop by 5 to 8 degrees or something. Yeah, with this bleak prospect, I'll end this presentation.
Пале, большое спасибо. Это очень важный для всех нас анализ. И поступила просьба, чтобы были предоставлена возможность познакомиться со всеми выступлениями, и в том числе с вашим. И я надеюсь, что вы не против, если мы поделимся.
Can I just send it to you so that you can collect and...
I will comment on that. I think it should go on our website.
Ulla want to give a comment.
And I'm the next speaker, you could say.
Ула, теперь следующая выступающая. Ула, просьба сделать презентацию вашу.
Okay, good morning or good forenoon or good night to everybody here. I don't see from which countries we are, but I expect that after lunch, when the US is waking up, we will maybe have more participants. I can't see my presentation on Oleg's screen yet. Okay, now I will. But first of all, about the material, I saw on the chat that the material is wanted, and all the material that we have received, all the PowerPoints, all the speeches, we will publish on the Global Women for Peace United Against NATO website, and maybe other people can then take it and put it on their websites. This conference is recorded, so also the recording will be published. But for that and for sending out the links to the website, I would need your emails. So I will send out a personal email to everybody that has registered for this conference, and then you give me a yes if you want to join an internal email list only for this meeting, because people also wanted to have each other's emails. So I will take the responsibility for not releasing any emails before I get the yes or no from you. I hope this now is settled. Okay, my subject today is the Baltic Sea, the environmental and military legacies and future challenges. And since Mechthild Klingenborg-Vogel very comprehensively talked about the military legacies, all the bullets and mines and other terrible things that we can find on the bottom of the Baltic Sea, I will take another aspect actually of the theme. Thank you. Here you see the map of the Baltic. We have seen it, Oleg has shown it, and Rainer showed it, but I think it's very important for those not living in this area to see the Baltic region. And this sea is used by approximately 2,500 civilian vessels per day. It's one of the world's most busiest seaways. It's shallow and it's crowded. And it can only be accessed, and now I can't point it out, but you see Denmark, and then you see Germany below, and then you see the Danish islands, and there are only 3 narrow straits, which means that the seawater in the Baltic Sea is not very salty. It's called brackwater. You can drink it if you like. It's a bit salty. Note the Kaliningrad area between Poland and Lithuania. That's a Russian oblast. And St. Petersburg is in the end of the Gulf of Finland. That's where we are today, where we have met. And you see that Russia is really has not very much access to the Baltic Sea. Can you take the next slide, please, Timor? Yes, and here you see the situation in 2023 in August. I was a happy person then. I was outside these blue NATO spots, and I felt very confident. Oh, I saw already where the situation was going, but I felt more secure at that point. There you also see the Nord Stream pipeline. It's actually 4 pipelines. They call it 1 and 2 because one is actually 2 pipelines. You can see how militarized the NATO countries are. Can you take the next slide, please? Yes. Hastings, Lionel Ismay, the first Secretary General of NATO, said that the purpose of NATO was to keep the Soviet Union out. Yes, that's successful. The Americans in, that's very successful. And the Germans down, and that's also quite successful these days. Because blowing up 3 out of 4 Nord Stream gas pipelines, as Isabel also mentioned in September 2022, certainly keeps Germany down. The German industry is suffering tremendously from this. And we know all who did it. And the ones who do not believe it could listen to YouTube and Jeffrey Sachs. Handelsblatt, which is a leading German economic magazine, first they blew the Nord Stream 1, 2, and 3 up. And then he stopped. Then they sent this liquefied gas to Germany. And at the beginning of this year, they decided to halt them. So now they don't even get the US gas. So that's really keeping the German industry down. And this has sparked a real transatlantic concern. This is according to Handelsblatt. And if I would be Bundeskanzler Scholz, I would really, really, really be angry to have such an ally that blows up the thing keeping your industry up. Okay, next one. Nord Stream, it was not only that it destroyed half of the German industry, but natural gas in 6 days released caused climate gas emissions corresponding to 1/3 of Denmark's annual emissions. That was a huge blow. It caused a resuspension of 250,000 metric tons of heavily contaminated sediment, which Mechthild was talking about. It posed risks to fish and other sea life across a huge area, 1,200 square kilometers. It disturbed an extremely hazardous site, which Mechthild was talking about, with chemical warfare agents dumped in the region at the end of the World War II by the Germans mostly. They took 39 samples, 20 kilometers from the explosion site, and they found chemical weapon agents, both arsenic and mustard gas related. There is lots of mustard gas at the bottom of the Baltic Sea, plus lead, which we know is really, really bad. And I refer to Jeffrey Sachs, US economist, Columbia University professor, who have an excellent overview of what happened. There are more evidence on YouTube. I'm surprised that he is still alive, because he has come out with a lot of evidence, which is not very nice for the United States of America. Next slide, please. Yes, here you see the situation, the basis we will now get. In 23, in August, I was very confident. Then came the NATO membership in 2023 and 2024 for NATO and for Finland and Sweden. And I say this is thanks to the US provoked Ukraine war. The Ukraine war was really a brilliant idea of the US to get Finland and Sweden into NATO. And that they wanted, because we have a very crucial border of 1,340 kilometers directly to Russia, 830 miles. You see, Finland will be covered by 15 military base, US military bases, Sweden 17, Norway 12, and Denmark 4, and there might be more. And we know that it will open up also for nuclear, at least transports, nuclear weapons transport. Next, please. The Baltic Sea, as I think it was Rainer who said, it's a NATO lake. And it is a NATO lake. It's a playing ground for the US military. And we have more and we have bigger military exercises. I will only talk about two, but there are also smaller. Baltops is the annual military exercise, and it is held and sponsored by the US Naval Forces of Europe since 1971 in the Baltic Sea and the regions surrounding it. And the US Naval Institute in June 24 mentioned this Baltops this year as NATO to kick off the largest Baltic operations exercise to date. That means ever, the largest ever. And Baltops in June 24, there were 20 NATO allies, there were over 50 ships, 85 aircraft, and there were approximately 9,000 personnel. Next one, please. Yes, excuse me for turning to that point, but I see this better on the big screen. Then there is the Northern Coast. It's annual since 2007, and it's cooperation between all NATO and EU partners in the Baltic Sea region. And Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, in turns, are responsible for planning this large-scale exercise. Yes, please. Next. Military exercises, they create tremendous climate emissions. We know that the militaries worldwide are responsible for 5.5% of all the climate emissions globally. They disrupt landscapes and terrestrial and marine habitats with their strong equipment. They destroy vegetation. They contaminate soil and water, not only by accidents, but by their normal behavior. They cause pollutants like PFAS, which are forever chemicals. They create chemical and noise pollution. I have noise pollution now where I have my summer house at the Finnish Gulf, the Finnish Gulf. We have a military base there, which now will become a US military base. We had big exercises on Mother's Day, which is really terrible when people go out to their summer cottages and want to have a nice day. But all the weapons, aircrafts, and vehicles create pollution and noise, which is bad for people. And they cause risk for heavily polluting accidents, oil spills, and so on. Please, next one. Next one, please. Yes, according to the Finnish Environment Institute, Syke, in 2020, we know that the Baltic Sea is the most radioactive in the world when it comes to cesium-137. And you saw the narrow straits, so it's not moving out. And the main cause is, of course, the Chernobyl nuclear power plant accident in 1986. It corresponds to about 82% of the cesium, but also nuclear testing. And unfortunately, it is the nuclear testing up in northern Russia is 14% of the cesium. Now we have to remember that all the other ones have also polluted. US, France, Britain, and they usually pollute outside their own areas. And cesium affects all multifaunal organisms, of course, including fish and including all us that are eating fish. Next slide, please. There is a website, Race for the Baltic Sea. There are a lot of sponsors, banks, and so on. And on their website, you can read that the Baltic Sea is one of the world's most polluted seas, not only of cesium, but also other issues. And the dead zone is about 1.5 times the size of Denmark. And 97% of the sea suffers from eutrophication, causing dead zones, algae blooms, makes the water toxic. Next one, please. Yes, the blue-green algae, you can see now, you see St. Petersburg in the Finnish Gulf, and all the red area is a blue-green algae area. And blue-green algae cause diarrhea, vomiting, skin, eye, and throat irritations, allergic reactions, breathing difficulties. And in August, last year, between July and August, that's the time when the blue algae is really blooming. That is the situation of red there. If you see Helsinki and you go a bit to Turku, I'm about, I will show you. Yeah, but my summer house is about there. Oleg has visited me there once. We had a very strategic meeting there. My grandchildren cannot swim between 15th of June and late August. They don't go into the water. I go because I am a grown-up person and I can show myself, but the children want to play. They want to jump, they want to play, and they cannot go swimming there anymore. And the military helicopters are spinning around their heads. Okay, this is also the Finnish Environmental Institute, the Gulf of Finland. They are talking about the Gulf of Finland, but there are the oxygen problems for the whole Baltic Sea. You see, it hasn't gone better since 2020. It has gone worse. And oxygen is needed for the... Yes, next one. The Swedish Food Agency said in October 23 about dioxins and PCBs in Swedish food, that children, youngsters, women of childbearing age should not eat contaminated fish such as Baltic Sea herring only 2-3 times per year. When I was young, it was cheap food. My mother served it at least once a week with mashed potatoes. Now we should eat it once a year. And other fish only once a week is the recommendation. Yes, please. The European Environmental Agency in April 24 made measurements in the Baltic and the North Sea waters. And this showed substantial PFAS contamination between 2005 and 2018. PFAS, you can go into the websites and check, they are a group of forever chemicals. They never disappear. And they pose risks to all living creatures. Next one, please. Yeah, and now this great thing. We have a lot of old mines lying at the bottom of the Baltic Sea, but now we shall create a new problem. It was a German initiative in July 24 that the Germany and 8 other Baltic Sea nations shall seek to jointly buy new naval mines. And of course, because we buy it together, we can buy more because it gets cheaper. And it has a lot of benefits, according to Boris Pistorius, who is the German defense minister, and he should be named Boris Pistorius because he's very, very military aggressive. The joint procurements have many benefits: lower costs, shared logistics, maintenance, and they cling us together. Next one, please. HELCOM is for me, it has been a very positive institution. It follows the state of the Baltic Sea. And the third HELCOM holistic assessment provides a really, really fantastic, not fantastic, terrible, but useful overview of the ecosystem's health of the Baltic Sea. The last one covers the period between 2016 and 2021. Next one, there you see what HELCOM is. It has 10 contracting parties. You see all the Baltic states, plus Russia. Russia is included. And they are all signatories to the so-called Helsinki Convention. But on the 4th of March 2022, the German chairmanship decided that Russia shouldn't take part in any official meetings of HELCOM. I mean, who is so insane that it's shooting itself in the head? But the Helsinki convention remains, thanks God, in force. Maybe they still think that we should all work together. And Russia is still a contracting party to the convention. And I do hope that these Baltic states will have so much common sense that they start cooperating openly with Russia again in HELCOM. Yes, next one, please. Yes, there was the Marine Environmental Protection Commission in Riga in Latvia in April 24. And the HELCOM parties, of course, Russia excluded because you are not welcome anymore, sent a strong message on the importance to continue the Baltic Sea cooperation. How can you send a strong message of the importance if the biggest country is excluded? And the Finnish Minister of Climate, Mykkänen, said the difficult geopolitical situation must not prevent us from working for the benefit of the marine environment. The protection of the Baltic Sea cannot wait for the war to end. So that would mean that you should be included in the HELCOM work before the war ends. And that should also mean that this stupid minister should work for the war to end. I haven't heard any minister in Finland or any politician that is talking for negotiations and for stopping the war and for ceasefire. No, they bow themselves to NATO and to the United States and welcome them to be the first and longest border to Russia and the first victim when the war starts. I think that was the last one, or was it? No. Yes, you can go on, the last one. So what should we do? We have talked about it here, and it's clear. Large military spendings diverts money away from human needs, from the things we need to do. Save the climate, save the environment. And NATO's 2% is not the roof, it's the bottom. We shall go up. As I mentioned yesterday, but many of you were not maybe there, Finland is up to 2.3. The German minister, Pistorius, talked about the necessity of Germany to maybe reach 4.9, which is completely insane. And we have to change this direction. We have to talk about diverting the money from military issues. And we have to somehow get the message through that we have the cooperation for saving the Baltic Sea must include Russia, and that goes also for the Arctic Sea, the Arctic Council. And HELCOM must open up for cooperation with Russia. And for overall security for Europe and the world, we need a new OSCE summit in 2025, including Russia. We know we have visited at that time Foreign Minister Haavisto, who didn't give us any answer if it's going to happen or not. Maybe they have it only on a high level without Russia, which would mean that all the money are wasted. Finland is the chair in 2025, the most obedient, newest member of NATO. And it's the 50th anniversary of the adoption of the Helsinki Final Act, which was a great act, but is now put on the shelf. So we have many things to do. And when I listened to Palle, I almost thought I should go home and enjoy the rest of my life in peace and quiet and not do anything. But tomorrow I think we will continue. Thank you.
Ула, большое спасибо. И я хочу сказать, что прекратилось сотрудничество не только с HELCOM. Я знаю от своих коллег российских о том, что сейчас не работает специальная группа HELCOM WhatsApp, которая направлена на сотрудничество в области морского пространственного планирования. И это тоже очень тяжелый процесс для Балтики, но еще более трагично, как мне кажется. Когда я готовил сегодняшнюю конференцию, я просил своих коллег из неправительственных организаций стран Балтийского региона участвовать в этой конференции, и я получил отказ. То есть я считаю, что сейчас уже началась война на Балтийском регионе, и в этой войне жертвой является не Россия, а жертвой является Балтика. И это очень тревожно для нас. И я согласен с Улой, мы в любом случае продолжим сотрудничество. И я очень благодарен нашим финским коллегам, что они сегодня здесь. Это очень важный сигнал для России и для мира, что мы вместе, и мы продолжим защищать наше общее море. Спасибо, Ула.
Спасибо, дружба, Оля.
Да. Уважаемые коллеги, мы заслушали все доклады, предусмотренные утренней сессией. Сейчас... Окей. Один доклад, который мы попросили выступить. Сейчас Кристен Люнгрен, Мэски Ула.
Yes, we had a speaker yesterday, was supposed to be a speaker in the first program, Krista Lundgren from Sweden, who is a journalist and who has been writing lots and lots and lots of about Russia. And he was supposed to be here. He had a visa, he had a hotel, he had everything arranged, but then he got a heart attack and got into the hospital. And we were so happy to see that he was on the webinar yesterday. And we agreed that he could speak at 11 or any time ever from the hospital. But is he here now? Can you see him, Timor? Krister. Are you there, Krister? There.
I see
Sweden.
him.
Krista, Sweden. There. Are you here, Krista, or shall we come back to you later? Is it 11 o'clock? Yes. Okay, we check if he can come in later because he is in the hospital and he's dependent on all the things going on there. So then you can open up for the...
Can I ask you a question, Ulla? Did your lecture, will it be on the website?
We have already said that I will go through every participant asking for their emails. I have your Agneta, so I can send it to you. It will all be published on the Global Women for Peace United Against NATO websites, all the material we have got. Okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Уважаемые коллеги, я хочу предоставить слово Анне Шароградской. Я хотел бы узнать, готова ли она сейчас. Она сделала очень интересный и важный, как мне кажется, запрос по поводу цензуры в Канаде. И сможет ли она ответить сейчас? Ага.
Я решила все-таки как-то побольше узнать о цензуре в Канаде, поскольку Тамара вчера меня не убедила. Не убедила по той причине, что хоть я и не изучаю прессу Канады, я, тем не менее, знаю механизмы работы журналистов с правительством, с другими организациями и так далее. И я засомневалась, и поэтому решила задать вопрос профессору, писателю, который родился в России, но его в детстве, в раннем, почти младенцем, перевезли в Канаду, и там он воспитан, там он обучился, там он стал доктором наук. И я прошу вас обратить внимание на слова. Мой вопрос был такой. Вот я точно его сформулирую, потому что это важно, когда вы услышите конец. Вот
это закрыть надо.
закроем. Разряжается. Вы поймете, почему я прошу обратить внимание на мой вопрос. Я обратилась к этому моему коллеге. Мы какое-то время вместе преподавали в Соединенных Штатах. И спросила, вот буквально я читаю себя, вы ощущаете цензуру о ситуации Россия-Украина в прессе Канады? На нашей конференции женщина из Канады утверждает, что цензура ужасная. Значит, обратите внимание на слова «женщина из Канады». Я не назвала ничего другого, что она ученая женщина, или она, может быть, тоже как-то связана чем-то этнически с Россией. Ничего этого я не сказала. Дальше он мне отвечает. Анна Аркадьевна, цензуры в Канаде нет. Точка. Она невозможна. Точка. Можно ругать Трюдо сколько угодно. Точка. Можно восхвалять трампизм и так далее. Так как пресса Канады не под контролем одной инстанции, то если в одном СМИ чего-то не доскажут или тенденциозно осветят, то другие СМИ на это сразу же набросятся. Но, несомненно, как и в других странах, есть разные установки в разных СМИ, внутренняя политика, то есть. Некоторые левее, некоторые правее и так далее. Вам, как профессионалу в сфере прессы, это все, конечно, известно. Однако я наблюдаю, что многие выходцы из постсоветского пространства, даже тех, кто осуждает все, что там происходит, не могут отделаться от мысли, что СМИ под централизованным контролем. То есть приписывают российские обстоятельства, качества и механизмы миру, в котором радикально иная информационная система. Советский рефлекс всюду видеть заговоры и никому не верить держится крепко. Вот такой ответ я получила. То есть по журналистке всегда нужно иметь еще хотя бы одно мнение. Я обратилась сразу же после нашего заседания к человеку, которого я знаю 40 лет, глубоко уважаю, и который сопереживает тому, что происходит в России. Я ожидала такой ответ, но то, что он угадает, кто именно утверждает, что в Канаде цензура, это меня очень удивило. Спасибо.
Анна Аркадьевна, спасибо. И, Тамара, вы хотите как-то прокомментировать?
Sure.
You need mic.
Okay. I follow the Canadian media very closely because I follow Canadian foreign policy and defense policy. There is not one mainstream media, not one television channel, not one newspaper. The Globe and Mail and the National Post are our two major newspapers. On television, CBC Global and CBC Global and I can't believe I can't remember the other one, and the National. They do not have any divergent opinion. They have the same opinion. More weapons to Ukraine. We need to fight Ukraine. There is no diversity of opinion in the mainstream media. Are there alternative media, independent media? Yes, but they are very small and very insignificant, and they do not have mainstream exposure. At the universities, there is no divergent opinion. All of the professors, they support Ukraine. There is one professor. I don't support Ukraine. No, I don't. No, I support peace. No, I'm talking about professors. I'm a student. I'm a student, and I'm the only person in my campus that has spoken out against the war. The only person. There was one professor named Dr. Michael Carley, who is an expert on Soviet history, and he almost lost his job. Some Ukrainian students tried to force him out. So the situation in Canada is that professors, they have very comfortable jobs and they do not want to rock the boat. So there are no professors in Canada that are really speaking out against the war. That is, there is a narrowing of perspectives. We do not have robust debates about the war. That is not, it does not exist in Canada. Sorry, no.
Оля, еще один комментарий. Пожалуйста, Оля.
Yeah. Well, can I say that same goes for Sweden? Exactly what she said now goes for Sweden. Thank you.
Yeah, it goes also for Finland. Okay. Okay.
And it goes
So
for Norway.
that really earlier, many decades ago, the situation was like Anna said that really there were different newspapers, different political parties have big newspapers, and there was diversity of opinion, but not anymore. And really, if somebody has a divergent opinion, there are heavy sanctions. For example, there is this one peace researcher, Tarja Kronberg, who participated in a conference in Kaliningrad just because he's researching armament and disarmament and nuclear weapons. But all the media started to accuse her to be like a Russian supporter and Putinist, and he had such like a doctor decree taken away, so that he was really heavily sanctioned. So that really it's of course it's not official censor, but it's practically it's working, and really journalists know that those journalists who would like to have different opinions, they are not if they want to keep their job, they don't present those opinions. It's and that I know that there are rules in big newspapers and media channels that you are not journalists are not allowed to interview a person who has strong opinions, especially divergent opinions. So that really, in practice, there is censor, but not official.
Спасибо, Оля. Спасибо. И я вижу, что наш коллега готов выступить. И я прошу Крису начать свое выступление. Но хочу для начала, чтобы вы представили себя. Пожалуйста, вы можете говорить. Okay.
Did you ask me to speak?
Yeah.
I'm sorry for the technology here. It is a bit difficult for me to follow, but yes, so I will see if I can find here. Give me another 5 minutes. If you can continue the discussion, I will see to it all works.
Take the discussion in between. Oleg, can I just correct something I said?
Okay, we will wait you. Мы вас подождем.
I would like to add what has happened to me. I think I mentioned it yesterday. I'm totally excluded and forbidden to speak in different parts in Sweden. I'm totally isolated in many parts. So it's really not only for politicians, but also for those who try to make an opinion, like me, Agneta Norberg, as I am in the board of the directors for Global Network Against Weapons in Space. So we are harassed, we are, so to say, vilified and silenced. And you have to be very brave to go against this, and we have to support each other. Thank you.
Спасибо. Я вижу, подняла руку Ингеборг Рейнс. Пожалуйста, вам слово. Включите микрофон.
Yeah, just briefly, I fully support the situation as described by Tamara and other colleagues. Unfortunately, security issues have really become the black hole of democracy and also the black hole of freedom of speech. And in Norway, at least to my understanding, we do not put in prison nor kill, but the sanctions are very, very strong against those that are in opposition to what I would call his master's voice, which is to me the Stoltenberg effect on his native country, that weapons are the way to peace. And each time that the Ukraine war is mentioned, the journalists seem to have gotten the message that they have to say unprovoked, full-scale war. Otherwise, they are on the wrong side. And we who get our pensions, at least so far without any protest, can understand that people that are in jobs, they need to pay their rents, etc., that they have to be careful with opposition to his master's voice. But it is unfortunate. It is very unfortunate. And as Agneta says, we all need to support each other in this situation because it's subtle and it comes in through almost all channels. So the fight for freedom of expression, freedom of the press, artistic freedom is an important part of the cultural peace work that we all have to do together. Thank you.
And Palle, and then you take Krista.
Коллеги, следующая рука поднята Мекхилд.
I wanted to support all the statements before. In Germany, it's similar. The mainstream media are somehow unisono self-unified, like if there was no real opposition or different meanings. If you have a different meaning as to the part of the United States and the NATO and their interests, you are said to be influenced by Putin, and you are a friend of Putin, and you are out of discussion. And there are really heavy conflicts, even with good friends, on this theme. And what I find is very, very about what I'm very sorry is that the young people fighting for fighting against climate change, they are near to the Green Party. The Green Party, starting in the 80s as a Pacific movement, and now is very much speaking for weapons to the Ukraine and not ending the war before the Ukraine is victorious. And because all politicians and journalists, they are very much influenced by transatlantic networks. And I think what I tried to say in my paper, that they can do so because there are in the bottom of our souls, there are these traumatic fears that the Russian could come to Germany, what is totally unrealistic. But emotions are unrealistic, and it's forced by the public opinion. And one cited, Ulla cited, I think, or the next speaker, our defense minister, Pistorius, who is really a war minister, but he is the most favorite politician in Germany now. I'm really, I'm hoping that there will be a peace movement coming up like in the 80s because of the new missiles and cruise missiles and rockets, without any political discussion. Scholz just accepted what the United States wanted to do, and this is terrible. But I hope the peace movement will become stronger and stronger again. That's my hope. Thank you.
Спасибо, Михаил. У нас еще две руки, и я потом предоставлю слово Крису. Сейчас Паля. Паля, пожалуйста, ваш комментарий.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I will add to the previous speakers by stating that this is simply one of the devastating effects of war. Any war situation creates this climate in any country. So it's not a matter of being a NATO country or in Russia. It's on both sides of any conflict. And that's why the old saying goes that truth is the first victim of war. And so we have to recognize this as peace activists and pay attention to not blaming especially one side, our side, for instance, but realizing that this runs deeper. And with respect to the media, I would say that I find it important that whereas the mainstream media, we hear that it's almost the same in all countries, that they are aligned with the power. It's always been like that. And this is also a condition of a war situation. But today we have the possibility of independent media, as Tamara says. They are small maybe, but they are there. The only caution I would say is that you can be led down into rabbit holes by the algorithms of the internet and end up in weird conspiracies if you are not very critical. But I think it's important that they are there. And we don't have very much of that in Denmark because it's such a small country, but but I rely a lot on independent media from the United States because I understand English. But yeah, this is my words.
Пале, спасибо. Последняя поднятая рука, и потом Крис. Сейчас Керстин. Керстин, вам.
Okay, good morning to everyone. Yeah. Yeah, good morning to everyone. I just want to say that Finland was joining Stratcom in Riga in 2015 or 14. I don't remember which, but since that we have had education for the parliament and for every politician and for the journalists. And since that we have had very big pressure to think all the same. And now our prime minister said that we will keep the eastern borders closed and everyone must be behind it. Everyone must back it. So it's very big pressure for put to us.
Спасибо. Коллеги, появилась еще одна рука. Сюзанна, очень коротко, пожалуйста, вам слово.
Yes, very briefly, thank you. Several people mentioned the black hole in news when we talk about peace. I show you a new picture of Bergen. Our message is that militarism is the elephant in the climate room. Here you see us on the main square of Bergen with a huge elephant that attracts people. So we don't go in direct confrontation. We kind of try to talk about this issue in a positive way, if possible. Thank you.
And now, Krista.
Yeah. Спасибо. И сейчас я хочу предоставить слово Кристору. Вы готовы?
Yeah. Let's see. The problem is that the text for my speech has disappeared for some reason. I mailed it as text here, but first of all, I would like. Do you hear me? First of all,
yeah.
Can you hear me?
Fine. We can also take him after lunch.
We hear you.
We can give you floor. Мы можем дать вам возможность после ланча, если вы сможете найти.
Yes, I prefer to take it after lunch if I can find the text that I mailed.
Okay. Спасибо.
Yes. Thank you.
13:30.
13:30.
Okay.
Approximately. It is St. Petersburg time, and it is -1 hour in your time.
Yes, I'm sorry to cause trouble for you, but I would like to present my speech in full.
Нет проблем. Коллеги, по нашему календарю, по нашему расписанию у нас дискуссия, и на эту дискуссию мы имеем 25 минут. Есть желающие? Тамара. Тамара?
Okay. These have been great presentations this morning and a really rich discussion, and I'm so glad that we're all together, learning a lot from each other. It's really been great. I wanted to respond to a couple of things. I want to correct something that I said earlier about the media in Canada. It's the CBC, Global News, and CTV that are the mainstream television channels in Canada that do not have a divergent opinion presented on the war in Ukraine. It is just we need to send more weapons to the country. The other problem, in my opinion, is that in Canada, unlike Germany, we don't even have one member of parliament with 5 political parties that have an alternative peace perspective. Not of 338 members of parliament in the House of Commons, not one is calling for peace and an end to the war, and not one is calling for a real investigation into how this war started. And on the Senate is an unelected body in Canada of patronage appointments, and so they're all falling in line with the government. And as well, on the Senate side, they are not doing any investigation into the root causes of the war in Ukraine, and not proposing, peace alternatives, and they are very much supporting the militarization of Canadian foreign policy, defense policy, the Arctic, etc. So this is really important. But there's something that's even worse, in my opinion, than all of this, and that's this idea that is become pervasive in my country in all sectors, in the media, in government, in post-secondary institutions, in the universities across Canada. And this is the idea of quote unquote disinformation. And I think this is very, very dangerous, because disinformation, the way that they define it is false information that is purposefully placed to deceive, and that is a threat to national security. So now what like academics are saying is they're pointing at somebody's position and saying, this is disinformation. And the government is saying, oh, you accusing people of disinformation, instead of having a debate about the issues, instead of having an opportunity to present evidence and to do good research and investigation and, discussing the issues. They are just smearing people with this label of disinformation. So it's shutting down debate, narrowing debate. But it's scarier because, like my position that NATO has the primary role and responsibility in this war in Ukraine, that's considered disinformation. So I'm actually, that position is a threat to national security. But the thing is, friends, is I spent a week last October at the Clinton archives looking at records that are not digitized. They're not publicly available, but I spent $500 to bring copies of these materials out of the Clinton archives that show definitively that the United States was preparing to bring, Ukraine into NATO, and they knew exactly what the implications of that were. So when I say that NATO has a role and responsibility in this war, I have the evidence to prove it. But now the government is just saying this is disinformation. So then now what do I do? Now I'm in a corner and I have no support from anyone, from the university, from the media, from anything. So you see the dangerous situation that we're in Canada. It's very, very serious. And then the other thing that I wanted to say quickly is that because of my criticism of the media, of the Canadian government, my criticism of the Canadian government on what it's doing on Gaza, supplying weapons to Israel, supplying weapons to Ukraine to prolong this proxy war, has caused me, and I always use evidence-based analysis because I'm an academic and my integrity is very important to me. Like my reputation as being somebody who is honest and using evidence-based analysis is very important to me. And that's how I am on Twitter. But now I've been suspended from Twitter a month ago because of this. So you see how it's closing in on me. The final thing that I wanted to say, friends, is when we're talking about like the Baltic Sea and the Arctic and how we're trying to resolve conflict in the marine environment, I know most of you know this, but let's just remind ourselves that the United States has not signed and ratified the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea that has a very important mechanism for resolving conflict in the marine environment. I raise this in all of the climate sessions that I'm in and all of the ocean sessions that I'm in, that, we don't need the warships and the aircraft carriers. We need the United States and the NATO countries to follow UNCLOS. Thank you.
To follow UN treaties.
Тамара, спасибо. У нас подняли руки спикеры. Я хочу предоставить слово Пале. Пале, включите микрофон.
Yes. If I may return to Isabel's presentation, which I found very interesting. But you said in the end that, of course, there's no threat from Russia seen from a German position. I don't get that. Of course, there's a threat from Russia, not in the sense that our politicians are talking about it, that Russian tanks would be rolling into Berlin in 2 weeks' time. But there's always the nuclear threat.
Om du hjälpa mig med den här slangen som gick lossnade.
And the Putin and other Lavrov, etc., Peskov have been threatening with nuclear weapons for a while. And I've been following a debate among Russian academics close to Kremlin who have argued that the Russian military should drop a nuclear bomb.
Паля, excuse me, sorry. Пожалуйста, выключите микрофоны. Параллельно у кого-то включен микрофон. Выключите. Кроме Пали, все микрофоны должны быть выключены. Паля, пожалуйста, continue, please.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah. Okay. Is it better now?
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Three high-ranking academics in Russia have been arguing, at least one of them, of his name just now, that Russia should drop a nuclear bomb, a tactical nuclear bomb, in order to create the fear of nuclear war in the West, which is, of course, insane. It's true that there's too little fear of nuclear war in the West, but I don't think it's a proper idea to start dropping nuclear bombs to recreate it. So this was only one comment to your presentation. But another comment to your presentation, Isabel, is that I get the idea that the NATO countries are hiding behind Zelensky, more or less, and more or less outsourcing the decision whether we should have a nuclear confrontation and the end game that I talked about to him, and because the NATO countries are allowing Zelensky to ask for more and more offensive weapons, and we know that some place there is a red line in Russia. We don't know where it is, but there's a reason why NATO is not engaging directly into the Ukrainian war. And that's, of course, the fear of nuclear war. So we shouldn't let our politicians hide behind Zelensky. Of course, I know that it's the American president that decides in the end, but we can be led silent, slowly into this situation, and this is my biggest fear at the moment. I really, I'm very sorry for the Ukrainian people who are bleeding, and I'm very upset with our politicians who are ready to fight to the last Ukrainian. I think that's really shameful.
Спасибо, Пале. Есть еще Изабель.
Yes, I had my hand raised anyway. So first I try to answer. Well, actually, there was a parliamentary inquiry to the German government. This is one method the German government has to give an answer scientifically also. And in this answer, they said there is no threat from Russia against Germany. And but the problem is that this provoked or even talked by a threat from Russia. It's the justification for all that is going on in our country with rearmament. And Ulla and some other people said it, with the raising of the budget for the military, which is ruining our social system at the meantime. And we are in the situation that everything is very hypocritic because someone else mentioned it also. The problem with the Green Party, yes, when it was founded decades ago, it was seen as a peace party, and actually then it would vote for peace. But now it's one of the most militaristic parties, and somehow some people didn't make the connection. Because they're all justifying what they're doing. It's also a kind of propaganda. They say they fight for freedom and democracy in Ukraine, and what's going on in Ukraine. They're defending the freedom and democracy of the whole European Union there, which is of course not convincing. The same as it wasn't convincing that we're fighting for freedom and our freedom in Afghanistan. But somehow, because the Green Party is on the government and they're still pretending and that's also what I tried to address in my contribution at the beginning, because they also use the word peace. They say peace and mean arms can bring peace, and more arms can bring more peace and freedom. This is completely grotesque. But this is how all these terrible spendings on military are justified. With the Russian threat that is actually not there, and this is why this parliamentary inquiry was made. So the government had, at least in this, admit no, actually there is not a threat. So that was actually helping us in our argumentation. And then with the whole process with the press and freedom of expression, it kind of goes into this, because first, as I said, I used to work as a journalist actually after my university degrees, but internationally, like in the Middle East. And also there, the censorship already began when we could never write or publish anything critical about the Israeli government, and which of course still goes on and is now even worse. That's another topic to go back on. But it got worse and worse, like I said, with Corona, and when we criticize our own government. And now, of course, when we're criticizing this military course, like I said, we also, this is called, we're repeating Russian narratives, Russian propaganda, or Putin's agents, whatever. So, but first it started, the media, they started with just leaving out facts. And like when I started, was still a journalist, there were certain things I just was not allowed to address them. And this is also why I stopped working as a journalist, because for my understanding, journalism is to inform the public in a way that they can build their own opinion. So they need all the facts. And leaving out facts is already manipulating. But now it's not even only leaving out facts; it's actually really lies. Because sometimes even when the media is covering demonstration, which it hardly does, and it does interviews there with the people, and then I was standing next to the media and I heard which interviews they were doing, and I heard what the people were saying. But then when they covered it, the demonstration on when they broadcasted it, they said, oh, these people wouldn't even talk to them. And they were really spreading lies, because also we get defamed when we say, oh, the media is lying. But I was really standing next to someone who was interviewing someone. And then when it broadcasted it, it says, oh, these people wouldn't want to speak to us. So that is only one example. So it's really, I think it's very sadly we are in a war already with the sanctions, and especially in an information war. So this is warfare, also what the media is doing. And there are alternative media in Germany. Some have already been censored. Well, they started with Russia Today, of course, but also some other independent medias on the web have been censored. Some right ones also, which I'm not so sad about, but still it's censorship. And what they're doing with the other alternative media is really defaming them. So that what I also mentioned yesterday, the kind of people that favor the Green Party, which are a lot of the environmental movement or Fridays for Future, since the government or the Green Party, which isn't the government, defames this media, they will not allow any articles from this media published, or even they don't even read them. They just plan them out and say everything that's published on this website can only be conspiracy theory or something. So they're willingly kind of censoring themselves, and this is also they're cutting off their own media competence, because to find a real opinion, you need to see a fact from all the sides, and then you find the truth somewhere in between. But since the one side is not even heard or doesn't want to be heard, this is very dangerous, and this is how propaganda is working. But there are also very good articles against that.
Can you shorten you a little bit?
Sorry,
No.
Isabel,
Okay, I'm finished.
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And
It's too long.
у нас 4 поднятых руки и не больше 8 минут времени. Поэтому просьба сейчас 2 минуты или 1-2 минуты, очень коротко.
And
Мекхил.
shorten your impasse, please.
Mekhild.
My interest is to tell the climate movement that military and war are the main killers of the climate. We have to tell them, and I feel more interest for that in demonstrations when I give flyers concerning this theme. Another theme is to tell people that the USA are not the ones who will protect us, and informing, for instance, about Brzezinski's paper, The Great Chess Play. I think you know it all, where he first said that the Ukraine is the most important part in the field to get the first power in the world, and not allowing a multipolar world. So we have to inform, but also looking for methods to be heard, because many people don't want to hear. So we have to work and work and work. Thank you.
Спасибо. Следующий выступающий Кристер. Кристер, 1 или 2 минуты?
1 minute. He's muted.
Mike.
Tell him that he's muted.
Окей. Doris, floor is yours. Doris. Окей. Керстин. Mikrofon.
Christer, får du på mikrofonen?
Nu fick jag på mikrofonen.
Bra.
Okay.
Nu ska jag hoppas att kunna prata. Jag ber om ursäkt för alla tekniska problem. I'm sorry for all the difficult problems, technical problems. But I finally found the document. And first of all, let me apologize for late arrival to this discussion. Mia Stubbendorf and I...
Sorry. Слово Керстин. Sorry. Керстин.
Oh, Kerstin, okay.
Please let Christer talk when he can talk. I can talk later. Thank you.
Okay, but if Krista has a presentation, it will take like 10, 15 minutes. That means that we have to go over lunch. But if you agree, we do it. Otherwise, we would invite Krista to be back in about 1 hour. Krista, what is your comment? Now, 10, 15 minutes or after lunch break?
I think you can have your lunch. That's quite all right. My presentation will take some 10 minutes.
Right.
Not
So we
more, but that's all right.
after lunch is Oleg, check the time, but we can take Kerstin with a very short comment to the forenoon discussion and Doris with maximum 1 minute.
Yeah, I thank you for every presentation was very interesting. And I think Ulla talked about Nord Stream was very refreshing. And now they are talking about nuclear plants are something that we should take our energy from. And I don't agree. Also, I want to ask Palle, how much do you think nuclear plants are around the Baltic Sea? And they are warming the water. They are warming very much the water. It's millions of liters every day. And I don't remember exactly. I have known it, but
Sorry.
no, I want to ask about that. And also around the United States, there were very many nuclear plants, but I didn't see in Canada. Is it true that nuclear plants are not in Canada?
Sorry. Коллеги, мы просили только короткие комментарии. Не надо длинно рассуждать. У нас времени нет. 1 минута осталась.
I want to make a very short comment. Very short.
Yes, Agneta, very short. Only comments now, no questions, because we have to have the lunch break. Because we have.
I want to remind you of Victoria Nuland. Why don't you talk about Victoria Nuland, who actually was the one who started the war in Ukraine? Why don't you talk about Jeffrey Sachs? No, he was the ambassador. He was not Jeffrey Sachs, but another. They were, and another, Senator McCain. They were starting the war in
Yes,
Ukraine.
Yes, Agneta, we have talked about them several times in different webinars. We cannot cover everything in one webinar. I'm sorry. We have to have another one on the Ukraine war. Just comments now. Save your questions to the afternoon. Doris, you have to be very short and just a comment.
Yes, I'm very short. I have a question to Oleg. And
no questions now. You have to save questions till the afternoon.
Okay, I'm
down.
asking in the afternoon. Okay.
Yes, ask in the afternoon because we have no time for answers now. We have to stick to the schedule because of the webinars, because we are online. Only comments now, but I would ask Krista, are you still there? The lunch is over at 12:30 Swedish time. Swedish time, 12:30. So we see you in 1 hour and you will start the session. Angelika Clausen is ill, so she cannot join us. So we have time then. But see you all at 13:30 St. Petersburg time and 12:30 Swedish, Danish, Norwegian time. See you soon. Bye. Have a cup of coffee.
Everyone, I hope you had a good lunch. We are going to start in 1 minute. We are just sorting out a couple of things. So hang on. If you need to go and get yourself a drink, water or something, or a little snack, you have a minute to do that now. And we are going to get going in just a minute as Oleg just sorts a couple of things out. Just be a moment, friends. Thanks.
I could talk about the statement. Global Women for Peace, United Against NATO. We have had 1.5 days of very, very interesting and how also serious and sad discussions, but about the statement which we try to get out after this meeting. Oleg and I have done some kind of draft on the basis of the discussions yesterday and what people suggested and what Susanne has sent us and also Ingeborg, and we tried to do it today because we just then make 2 sentences if people oppose it, because it's hard to get you all afterwards to send in all your changes. We have been so many. So we are doing it as the last point of the program from 16:30 to 18 hours. So we have time to exclude, delete, and maybe change. But we hope to get it ready so that you know that it happens as the last point today. Thank you. Oleg, you about the recording. Recording that we are not saying our comments.
Уважаемые коллеги, за 2 дня мы записали очень длинные видеоматериалы, и прочесть их будет очень сложно. И есть предложение опубликовать только презентации без комментариев. И, кроме того, будет опубликована финальная резолюция. Вот есть ли какие-нибудь возражения? Потому что иначе невозможно будет найти нужное место. Это будет 20 часов прослушивать все это. Это очень сложно. Вы согласны? Окей. Замечательно. Спасибо. Мы начинаем вечернюю сессию. Я передаю слово Тамаре.
So good afternoon, friends, again. We are going to begin our panel of presentations with Christer. And oh, there he is from Sweden, and he's all ready to go. That's wonderful. You're looking well. Great. We're looking forward to hearing from you. Oh, if we could also please ask you to introduce yourself and say a little bit about yourself and your work, that would be great.
Mike.
Microphone.
Mike. We haven't. Christer.
Say it.
Please unmute yourself.
No, please. Okay. My name is Christer Lundgren, and I'm a journalist in Sweden and retired but active in Folkets Bild Kulturfront, among other magazines, mainly there. And I'm very grateful for this opportunity to take part in this conference. Let me say, first of all, let me apologize for technical difficulties and for late arrival. Mia Stobendorf and I planned to participate in situ in this conference in St. Petersburg, but a cardiac arrest on my part made that trip impossible, and I am still hospitalized, as you may see. Yesterday, as you all probably know very well, was the International Peace Day, an excellent choice of time for an event like this International Peace Conference in St. Petersburg and on the internet. However, I have not seen much publicity in Western mainstream media about this great day of celebration, the day that people all over the world rejoiced at when peace was achieved by the anti-fascist forces in the Second World War. If of course, you do not regard as a peace mission the trip to Kiev by Ursula von Leyen, in which she regretted that there were limits for the financial and military resources that the West could provide to support the forces of fascism and war in Ukraine. When preparing my speech to this conference, I choose as its title, Sweden's Long March into NATO, which has been going on at least since 1980, since the 1980s, including the Western powers' so-called submarine war and the murder of our Prime Minister Olof Palme. That, however, I later found to be too limited a perspective. As I mentioned yesterday, I think it is more appropriate to take as the point of departure the words by the great Red Army Marshal and outstanding military commander Georgy Zhukov, who reportedly said, "We have liberated Europe from fascism, but they will never forgive us for it." I think he was quite right. The dominating factions of the bourgeoisie definitely saw and still sees the Soviet victory over fascism as a major crime. Today we can see this when the Canadian Parliament, the dominating sections of the Canadian imperialist bourgeoisie, unanimously and enthusiastically hailed an old surviving SS soldier for his anti-Soviet struggle 65 years ago. We can see it in Finland, where expansionists hostile to the working people played their shameful role in the siege of Leningrad's civil population. We see it in the present genocide on Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, and also in the 40 years of successive efforts to bring the formerly non-aligned Sweden into NATO, the NATO military alliance, which is absolutely not the late-coming result of the Russian intervention in Ukraine in 1922 in Ukraine, as it is being portrayed in our mainstream mass media. There is no lack of examples. Every country has its own slaughters and its expansionists. Let me remind you of the imperialist war against the young Democratic People's Republic of Korea and the still younger People's Republic of China in the 1950s to 53, only a few years after the Victory Day in World War II. I should say Victory Day in Europe, because this war continued, of course, in some other places. It is remarkable that several quotations by the great leader, Comrade Kim Il-sung, providing the Korean War, the Korean view of the Korean War, have been censored and taken down from the internet in the EU countries. Korea, Vietnam, Russia, China, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Palestine, and many other countries all have experiences that leads them to the same conclusions. Fascism and imperialism must be resisted and defeated by military force. Words and wishful thinking is not the road to peace. Only armed struggle and victory over fascism can result in permanent peace for the working people. This is one of the paradoxes of our time. This is the true lesson of World War II. Fascism means war. Fascists are warmongers and perpetrators of war. Fascists can be crushed only with military means, not just words wishful thinking and illusions about non-violence. That is my conclusion of the present situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Krista, for that strong statement, and I look forward to our discussion because you've given us a lot of things to discuss and work with. So our next, thank you. So our next speaker is going to be Oleg, and I'll let you take it over from here. Thanks.
Уважаемые участники, тема моего выступления, цели, участники и возможные модели взаимодействия в экологических регионах и цели, которые они достигаются, все это должно соответствовать целям устойчивого развития номер 16 и 17. Я нахожусь в довольно тяжелой ситуации, потому что мой доклад планировался одновременно с депутатом Законодательного собрания Ленинградской области, который в последний момент не смог выступить, и поэтому мое выступление будет очень кратким. Главная мысль, которую мы планировали вместе с этим депутатом, состояла в том, что нам необходимо создавать условия для возникновения новых стейкхолдеров, новых участников этого процесса. И по моему убеждению, и эту идею поддержал и депутат, эта идея состоит в том, что нам нужно ориентироваться не только на национальных лидеров парламентов, нам нужно опираться на участников этого процесса в регионе водосборного бассейна Российской Балтики. Это означает, что те люди, которые проживают, а их примерно около 8 миллионов в водосборном бассейне Балтики, должны иметь более слышимый голос, более реальные возможности влиять на политику, которая происходит в регионе Балтийского моря, в районе побережья Балтийского моря в России. И главное, это означает, что мы продвигаем идею о необходимости создания новых механизмов сотрудничества с странами Балтийского региона, и сторонами этого сотрудничества, с нашей точки зрения, должны быть не федеральные власти, а прежде всего жители и депутаты Ленинградской области и Санкт-Петербурга. Для того, чтобы возникли реальные доверительные отношения с нашими партнерами в других частях Балтийского региона, мы считаем необходимым развивать сотрудничество на региональном уровне. Например, как это делалось совсем недавно, возникали города-побратимы с соседними странами, и должно быть взаимодействие между муниципалитетами. Есть, и для этого есть очень большие возможности. Например, у нас есть хороший шанс обмениваться туристами с городами, другими городами Балтийского региона. У нас есть возможность организовывать выставки и выступления артистов. У нас в нашей организации была интересная идея, которая была уже использована для развития партнерских отношений с Соединенными Штатами. Мы предложили молодежи, студентам сделать фотографии любимых мест берега Балтийского моря. И под этими фотографиями сделать комментарий, почему этот берег, эта фотография для него очень важна. И у нас получилась такая галерея историй, почему студенты любят берег моря и как эта любовь реализуется, что это значит для этого человека. И мы получили 30 фотографий из Соединенных Штатов у студентов и 30 фотографий молодых людей из Петербурга. И мы были удивлены, и это оказалось, что то, что любят российские студенты, точно такая же любовь к берегу, к природе американским студентам. И мы сделали совместную выставку. Эта выставка до сих пор висит в университете Коннектикут, к сожалению, мы сейчас эту выставку перемещаем по берегу, российскому берегу Балтийского моря, но, к сожалению, только российский вариант. И учитывая текущую политическую ситуацию. Я думаю, что вот эта форма организации совместных фотовыставок между молодежью России, Финляндии, Швеции, чтобы мы снимали красивые места и объясняли, почему мы это любим. И таким образом мы получили бы замечательную возможность, почему мы любим наше общее Балтийское море. И вот эта общая любовь могла бы объединять новое поколение. И мне кажется, здесь хороший потенциал для кооперации с нашими партнерами в соседних странах. И я убежден, что российские студенты и молодые люди поддержат эту идею. Мы можем делать такие выставки не только виртуально в интернете, но и у нас есть такая выставка напечатанная, и мы можем обмениваться такими выставками. Еще одна интересная идея. Однажды я попал на концерт симфонического оркестра, в котором музыканты были из консерватории Петербурга, Хельсинки, Таллина, Стокгольма, Копенгагена. Это был молодежный балтийский оркестр. И он исполнял мелодии композиторов этих стран. То есть получился симфонический оркестр, играл музыку Шостаковича, Сибелиуса, ну и других композиторов вокруг Балтийского моря. И это было фантастическое зрелище, потому что я был поражен, какими богатствами мы располагаем, и мы не реализуем вот этот потенциал. Я думаю, что это тоже может быть интересно, как шаги для налаживания доверия и сотрудничества между молодежью стран Балтийского региона. Ну и последнее. 25 лет назад наша организация села на велосипеде, это примерно 15 человек было, и мы проехали 600 километров от моего родного города Сосновый Бор до Хельсинки. Я думаю, что это может повториться, и хотя сейчас границы закрыты, но мы можем организовать велосипедные акции, каждый в своей стране, но с помощью интернета информировать, если мы будем ехать совместно, каждый вечер можно устраивать такие интернет-сессии и рассказывать друг другу о красотах нашего побережья Балтики и обмениваться этим. Ну и я думаю, что придет время, когда мы сможем проехаться снова до Хельсинки. И я убежден, что я убежден, что это будет замечательным событием, когда мы возродим вот такую традицию. Я на этом заканчиваю. Спасибо. Тамара.
That was great, Oleg. Your contribution of creative ideas for peace, especially using arts and culture and sports, is very important. So that's really wonderful. The Baltic Youth Symphony warms my heart. And I really like the idea of trying to do maybe a common cycling campaign, cycling for peace. That's really great. Yeah, around the Baltic Sea, yes. But we could do in solidarity. We could do, we could do cycling with you. Friends, maybe I'll just quickly take this opportunity to tell you that in Canada, there was a big peace march, 200 kilometers from Pugwash, Nova Scotia, where the Pugwash conferences started, the scientific conferences for peace, all the way to Halifax, Nova Scotia. So it just ended yesterday.
Can you go out?
This is a music interlude. Okay. So am I the next speaker?
Yes.
I am the next speaker. Okay. So I was just making, you have the PowerPoint presentation. So I'm just going to get my speech for the translators. Just one moment, please. Here we go. Okay, so for those of you who are joining us this afternoon and who don't know who I am, my name is Tamara Lawrence. I am a member of the Canadian Voice of Women for Peace and the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom Canada. I'm also a PhD candidate at the Balsillie School of International Affairs at Wilfrid Laurier University in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. And this is my second time in St. Petersburg, and it is really awesome to be in this beautiful Russian city with nice sunny weather.
They ask you to talk slowly.
Not so fast.
It's too fast. Okay, I'm okay. Oh, okay, so I'll slow it down. Okay, so I would like to begin with a question, and I would like to see a show of hands. Has anyone read the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's sixth assessment report that came out in March of 2023? Has anybody read the IPCC synthesis report that came out last spring? Show of hands, has anybody read it online? Anyone has read it? Okay. Well, I think it is an extremely important document as it shows the latest science on climate change and what the scientists are predicting the impacts to be if we don't reduce emissions. I think everyone should read this report, and I think that you should make a copy of it for your elected official. Oh, sorry, I think, yeah. I think Ula needs something.
No.
Oh, you don't? Oh, okay. So,
No, go on.
oh, okay. In this report is a very important chart, this chart. And it shows that the scientists are predicting with a very high confidence that the planet is expected to warm to 3 to 5 degrees global mean temperature rise by 2100. So in the next 7 decades. This is in the lifetime of our children and our grandchildren. So you can see the red block there at the top getting extremely red by 2100. Now, this is if we stay at our current level of emissions. So we are at 1.5 degrees of warming, and we are already experiencing severe impacts. If we double this amount, as the scientists are predicting that we will, the climate crisis will be catastrophic. Next slide, please. So at our current level of warming, we are already experiencing deadly heat waves and out of control wildfires. So last year in Canada, it was the worst wildfire season ever in our history. There were 7,000 wildfires, 19,500,000 hectares were burnt down. There was mass destruction, displacement, and many people died. The whole capital of Yellowknife had to be evacuated. Canada, like other countries, is unprepared for these extreme natural disasters. So this picture here is from the fire in Osoyoos in British Columbia. Can you go to the next slide, please? And this shows the wildfires that happened all across the country last summer, but it doesn't even show the full extent of it. It was so bad that the smoke choked cities. People had trouble being even outside to breathe. Okay, next slide, please. So the IPCC scientists say that to prevent catastrophic climate change, we must limit global mean temperature rise to 1.5 to 2 degrees. And that means we need to make rapid, deep, and almost immediate greenhouse gas reductions. But we are not. Instead, what we see is we're investing in carbon-intensive militarism and war. So next slide, please. Last year, while we were experiencing the worst wildfire season, the Trudeau government announced it would spend $19 billion on a new fleet of fossil fuel-powered F-35 fighter jets, plus buying for $3.6 billion aerial refuelers that provide the fuel to these fighter jets. So this is the most expensive procurement, second most expensive procurement in Canadian history. And the woman on the slide is Canada's former defense minister who made that announcement. So I just want to speak briefly, next slide, please, about the climate impacts of the American and Canadian militaries. As most of you know, the US military is the largest institutional consumer of fossil fuels in the world. It is also the largest landholder, the largest employer, and it has the biggest budget, as you know, as about $900 billion. And it emits, according to Dr. Nita Crawford, 51 million metric tons of CO2 a year. But this is a great underassessment. This does not show the full extent of the emissions of the US military. In Canada, the Canadian military is also the largest consumer of fossil fuels in the federal government, largest landholder, largest employer. It has the biggest budget, and it emits about 2 million metric tons. And again, it doesn't show the complete picture here. I'll just go to the next slide. I just want to show you NATO expansion in this quote unquote eastern flank. You can see this slide here that over the past 30 years, how it's moved to Russia's border. This expansion is extremely carbon intensive. This shows the military infrastructure, the bases, the missile launch pads, and naval vessels. So all of this is harming the environment and the climate. Next slide, please. This picture shows the air assets of NATO in the eastern flank. there are thousands of bombers and fighter jets and tactical helicopters. All of this is contributing to the climate crisis. But notice what NATO says here in their slide. Around 30 Allied surveillance and fighter jets are in the air at any one time. I mean, think about the fuel demands for that. And this is a picture from before Sweden and Finland joined NATO. So, this is just so harmful to the environment. Okay, next slide, please. I also, let me just see, where did I put it here? Okay, yeah. Since the Paris Agreement in 2015, the NATO countries have dramatically increased military spending. So in 2015, when the Paris Agreement came out, their combined military spending was $896 billion. This year, 2024, their expected amount of military spending will be $1.4 trillion. They are spending now more than $200 billion annually for their military. But these NATO countries are the same countries that have failed to meet their climate pledge of spending $100 billion for developing countries to adapt to the climate crisis. Now, the source of this information is from the NATO Defense Expenditures Report, and you can see they posted their latest report in June of this year. So next slide, please. You can go to the next slide. I've been to the last 3 climate summits, and I always bring this sign and this message: cut military spending for climate action, green jobs, and a just transition to renewable energy. Next slide, please. I am convinced that NATO's demand for increased military spending is depriving us of the resources that we need to address the climate crisis. NATO wars and militarism have exacerbated global warming. For the past 25 years, NATO has delayed climate action, sustainable development, and cooperation. If we are serious about the climate, we need to work for the abolition of NATO. Next slide, please. So after I was in Egypt for the climate summit, there's me in Sharm el-Sheikh with my sign, No to NATO, Yes to Peace and Cooperation, in the big climate rally in the main area of the summit. I went on a 1-month tour of Russia, Finland, Latvia, Poland, and Romania to talk to people about the climate crisis in their countries, the war in Ukraine, NATO expansion, and the possibilities of peace building. When I was in St. Petersburg, next slide, please. I moved that slide. Sorry, sorry, you can move it. When I was in St. Petersburg, I met with Oleg, and then my last. This is the tour that I did of Eastern Europe for a month. And then the next slide, please. There we are. There we are in St. Petersburg. Okay, next slide, please. And my last stop on my tour was in Warsaw, Poland, and I met with employees in a Polish company. They had a manager who was Romanian and who could speak English and Ukrainian and Polish. He was an incredible polyglot, and so he translated for us. And these Ukrainian men are from both sides of the contact line. And they said that they left the country because they don't want to fight each other. And they said that we are brothers. So I've just really found that very hopeful. And then next slide, please. And when I came home, I mapped out all of the connections that people, all of the family and friend connections of the people that I met in the region. And it was so clear to me that people are all connected to each other. They're connected to Ukraine and to all of the countries in Europe and back to Russia. And it just made me think that we have to transcend our military bloc politics and our borders, and we need to call for an end to NATO and war. We need a radical reimagination of how we can replace NATO with peacemakers, peace builders, art, cultural tourism, some of the things that Oleg was just saying in his speech. And we need to refuse to be enemies. Next slide, please. So this is why my organization launched a campaign 10 years ago: demilitarize, decarbonize, stop the wars, stop the warming. This is critical if we are to prevent catastrophic climate change. And the last, next slide, please. The last paragraph of this important IPCC report that I referred to at the beginning of my speech, the last paragraph states, quote, international cooperation is a critical enabler for achieving ambitious climate action, adaptation, and climate resilient development. Climate resilient development is enabled by increased international cooperation, mobilizing and enhancing access to finance, particularly for developing countries. So what I tell everybody is, if we are serious about the climate, we have to listen to this IPCC report that says we need international cooperation. And international cooperation means we need to cooperate with all countries, including Russia, China, Iran, Venezuela, North Korea. And we have to stop our wars and our aggression with them. And we really need to cooperate. So I want to close with this article. Next slide, please. That was just published in The Guardian 4 days ago. It's entitled, "I've Studied Geopolitics All My Life. Climate Breakdown is a Bigger Threat Than China and Russia." And it's written by Anatol Levin. He is the director of the Eurasia program at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. And he wrote in this piece, quote, "A critical step in the struggle to limit the climate crisis, therefore, has to be the pursuit of détente with Russia and China and disengagement from conflicts in the Middle East, including the war in Gaza. This will require some very difficult and painful changes in existing policy and attitudes. But then again, nobody ever said that tackling climate breakdown was going to be easy." Finally, last slide. This is us, some members of the Canadian Voice of Women for Peace and VOW, standing outside the embassies of Russia, the US, Ukraine, and the Parliament of Canada with our banner, "We want peace, only one earth, cooperation, and common security." I brought those banners today, and I'm really hoping at the end of our conference we can take a picture together today. So this is my speech about why we need to cooperate on climate. Thank you very much. Oh, go back to the next one. Okay, can you go back? Yeah, they want to take a picture. Okay, and friends, friends, and if I can just take one more minute, go to the next slide. I want to show you a picture of Leah Ula and I at the Eurasian Women's Forum. This is at the end of the strategic session on the future of BRICS and prospects for cooperation with a gender lens, from a women's perspective. And I really feel hopeful for BRICS. Just to remind you that 126 countries were represented at this forum. There were about 2,000 women that were there. And the countries of the global South, the global majority, want cooperation and common security and mutual development. This is what they want, and this is really what I want to support. And then maybe if I can just also, next slide, if I could also just share a couple of resources with you. If you have not read these books, I want to highly, highly recommend them to you. Stephen F. Cohen's book, War with Russia, From Putin and Ukraine to Trump and Russiagate, published in 2019. And this one by Jacques Bode. He is a retired Swiss military intelligence officer who worked in Ukraine for NATO from 2014 to 2017. His book, Operation Z, I highly recommend. And then next slide, the other resource if you don't understand what NATO did to the Balkans and Yugoslavia, please look at the work of Ramsey Clark, the former US Attorney General and founder of the International Action Center, and his book, NATO in the Balkans, and also what the US and NATO did to Iraq in the first Gulf War, because it really paved the way to what is happening in Ukraine. And then finally, the last books are, and then these books are seminal, are very important if you want to understand US foreign policy from a critical perspective. And these are books that were written by William Blum. He worked for the US State Department, then he resigned in protest over the war in war in Vietnam. And he established an independent newspaper in Washington, D.C. And his seminal book called Killing Hope, U.S. Military and CIA Intervention Since World War II. And the last book that he published before he died is called America's Deadliest Export, Democracy, and the Truth About U.S. Foreign Policy and Everything Else. That was published in 2015, and the first chapter is about Ukraine. He knew exactly what the United States was doing in Ukraine. So that's all, friends. Thanks very much. And we're going to pass it on to the next speaker. So hold your comments and questions. You can also share things in the chat, but we are going to move on to Heidi. And Heidi, if you could please take a moment to introduce yourself, that would be great.
Sure, thank you. And I would have loved to be with you in person, but due to a lot of commitments, this was not possible, but I'm happy to be with you, at least online. My name is Heidi Meinzold, and I am member of Women's International League for Peace and Freedom in Germany, and I had a lot of European responsibilities. And what might be more close also to the topics that you are discussing, I'm the coordinator of a working group, Women and Gender Realities in the OSCE area, where we really have tried to promote also good ideas for some multilateral future, at least. I called my presentation our joint contribution to a caring society that is built on a preventive agenda. So talking about a preventive agenda might seem somehow crazy in the middle of a terrible war and ongoing wars worldwide in more than 60 countries. Does prevention really seem adequate when we witness all over hate speeches, hate crimes in all our environments, and the massive human rights violations, femicides, ignorance, especially in the political sphere also, fear and helplessness, and exclusion of the most vulnerable in the society? But yes, prevention, of course, is always difficult to define and to make successes visible. Because at the end, prevention of war and violence is a non-event. Promoting the urgency of prevention, of course, is difficult because it is usually not spectacular, also for the media in a specific moment where conflict has eventually been avoided. Talking about prevention is rather easy in peace times. It loses attractivity in war, where the attention shifts to military solutions, deterrence, this was also a topic here, and exclusion, and strongly driven by this always the same capitalistic, hierarchical, and national interests. As one little result, and this is one of the sad experiences, the German government actually reduced the budget for prevention in the budget of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on 1/3. So this is clear in war times. Nevertheless, organizing for prevention is a key element in the whole conflict cycle. And it is the only way of guaranteeing security in the spirit and the sense of human security. And I would add, of course, the feminist definition of safety, which includes social, economic rights, services, health, education, a decent life in dignity. And a preventive agenda is per se a continuity of understanding and struggling for equality against protection against all forms of violence and discrimination, disarmament in the understanding, and you brought it, several of you already said it, of mindsets and, of course, of disarmament in reality. It also comprises meaningful participation as a kind of, I said it recently, pre-war democracy, in addition to post-war learning and reconciliation, where also Susanne will focus on, as I saw. And prevention is the key pillar also of the Women, Peace and Security agenda, and respective national, regional, and local action plans complementing protection and participation. The Women, Peace and Security agenda is a milestone for activists and civil society experts, especially in conflict regions, and should never be co-opted by governments, also not in the framework of a so-called feminist foreign policy. It is born out of civil society engagement and based on their advocacy experience and training. And just some points at the end of our joint learning, shared learning. It implies, of course, first, moving the money from war to peace. Second, a deep reflection on safety and specific needs in specific circumstances. Third, a vision of responsibility in the spirit of care and commons carried by a non-violent practice and clear peace-building strategies. Fourth, a concentration on human beings in a sustainable environment, of course, less on geostrategy, less on fear and power interests. Fifth, new democratic forms of participation, of civic space, allowing confidence and trust-building structures, dialogue, cross-border and cross-dimensional meetings for alternatives. And Oleg gave very good examples that we are all trying to implement wherever we are. And last not least, joint resistance against patriarchal opportunism, authoritarian degendering through our networks and multilateralism beyond borders. This is the vision we share and which can still mutually enrich us by continuous exchange. We spread our alternatives and we don't give up. We tell our stories to have these changed narratives, and a chorus for the World March for Peace and Nonviolence is foreseen, for example, in Berlin very soon as part of those coming from Costa Rica along to our continent and beyond. And this is what keeps our vision alive and continues our motivation to prevent whenever we start to work politically. Thanks.
Heidi, thanks so much for your excellent presentation. The importance of prevention is absolutely vital. Susan is next. And are you ready? Oh, we see you there. That's great. You could just unmute, and if you could again take the beginning of your speech to introduce yourself, that would be wonderful. Thanks.
Hello, thank you for inviting me. My name is Susanne Urban. I'm sitting in Bergen, the second city of Norway, Western Norway. And I've been member of the board of WILP, Women's International League for Peace and Freedom in Bergen for over 20 years now. I will start my 10 minutes with a short piece of music. You hear me? You hear it? You don't hear it? Then wait a moment. Hear it now?
Just a friendly reminder to for people to turn off their mics while someone is speaking. That would be really helpful so we don't get background noise. Susan?
Yes, I chose to start my session with a Sami joik in honor and respect to the indigenous people of the North. It's a joik to the sun my father, the earth my mother. My message is about reconciliation, clearing the past, building a future. Neighbors as friends, not enemies, through common projects. I will present a mega vision for a large-scale cleanup, the suggestion of a big joint drill based on peace researcher Johan Galtung, Method of Peace, stating that joint projects for mutual and equal benefit enable parties to build trust and to find common ground. Reconciliation is needed to make the future livable. What damage has been done? Who and what has been hurt and needs healing? There is a whole network of actors and facts behind any action. Reconciliation itself should close the worst aspects of the past, but open the future and make it livable. And we need reconciliation with the earth. If there is anything that is sacred, it is that humans are part of the web of life on earth. But we have now caused disruptions that threaten the complexity of the unique phenomena we so take for granted, living systems. And where there is harm to a responsive system, there is need for reconciliation. What harm has been done and is likely to be done? The list is long, as many of the speeches in this conference have shown. Ending the harm is an enormous task. Elements of reconciliation are safety from further harm, uncovering the truth of what happened, acknowledgement by the offenders of the harm done, remorse expressed in apology, forgiveness, justice in some form, planning to prevent recurrence, it shouldn't happen again, resuming constructive aspects of the relationship, rebuilding trust over time and closure. So why is reconciliation relevant to a conference on peace, nature, and cooperation? Because there is little trust between our countries, and cooperation is the only way to achieve trust and mutual security and build a livable future. Cooperation across borders and fault lines is needed to cope with environmental challenges. They don't stop at the border. Conflict is another word for incompatible goals. Clearing the past, building a future is needed to sorting out a conflict. The opponents with incompatible goals in Baltic and Nordic regions are not the West versus Russia, but much rather nature and civil society on one hand, and militarism on the other. We need creativity and will to find projects for mutual and equal benefit. Is it possible to find a concrete joint project in Baltic and Nordic regions? Reconciliation means healing through togetherness and vice versa, togetherness for healing and closure. A joint project may help us identify points of togetherness more easily. And every good project is constructive, creative, and concrete, 3 times C. So let's enter a concrete project in a positive vision for the future. A bold vision for a positive future, for peace, nature, and cooperation in the Baltic and Arctic regions. My contribution to this conference will be opening our way of thinking wild and thinking big. What can we dream of? Let's jump into a bold vision of a joint cleanup juncture, a large joint military exercise, like those that are organized every year routinely with 30,000 troops and all necessary logistics, supplies, information, etc. But instead of weapons, the forces will be equipped with what is needed for a large-scale cleanup operation in the Baltic Sea, polluted by dumped World War II material, in addition to many other chemical substances, residues from fertilizers washed out with rivers, etc. And when I say joint, I mean, yes, NATO countries and Russia. Reference projects can be, among others, the Norwegian Defense Forces cleanup of the Yerkin firing range, and France cleaning up the River Seine for the Olympic Games 2024. Sure, this is a sketch, needing a lot of further developing, among others relating to the UN. The background is, among others, the UN Agenda 2030, reaching the Sustainable Development Goals through peace and partnerships. The expertise of Oleg Bodrov and his team. The nuclear power plants in the Baltic, the danger linked to war, hostile actions, as well as military exercises in the Baltic, with more than 30 nuclear power plants, some only 70 kilometers away from war in Ukraine. International military divisions have been cooperating right now on large-scale emergency response after extreme flooding in Central and Southeast Europe, September 24. So we know it's possible. Such a joint military exercise would be training for a possible emergency related to radioactive contamination from reactor-powered vessels at US bases, like Northern Europe's largest marine base, Håkonsvern, in the city I live in, where 40 to 50 nuclear submarines are docking annually. And such a joint military exercise would be training for what we all know is to come, a crucial cleanup and healing of nature and environmental destruction in Ukraine. Coming from Norway, the reason I started with a Sami joke is that indigenous people are best in living sustainably for ages, and the Sami nation is transgressing our political borders, as they are the main victims of military exercises and test ranges in the high north. Maybe Sami parliaments could be the high protectors of such a large-scale cleanup. Yes, such a West-East cleanup drill is a wild thought, exactly what we need facing a wild reality. And we have to reach for the moon. We have to reach for the stars to get the moon. Thank you.
Susan, that was wonderful. Your theme of healing is urgently needed. That's what we need in ourselves and with the earth, absolutely, with each other. So the next speaker that we have is Mia. Oh, no, it's Leah. Okay, alrighty, let me get out of the way here. Oh. What happened to Mia? Oh,
I don't know if she's going to speak. That when they didn't come.
Oh, you said 6. Okay. Okay.
We have to ask if
Mia
Mia has prepared anything.
okay.
But there is something like this.
Yeah, could you ask if Mia, because they said they wouldn't come. And
Friends, Ula has asked me to check to see if Mia has actually joined the call and if she has a presentation ready. Is
gone with because they didn't come.
Do we see Mia in the lineup of participants? Perhaps no. Okay, well, maybe if she is on the call, she could put her hand up and go after Leah, but Leah will be next.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. I'm Leah Launukari from Finland. I represent the Women for Peace, and I'm also active in the Guan. I'm sorry, my voice might go down because I have a sore throat, but I try to go on with this. The next slide, please. The next. Women for Peace in Finland was born in the late 70s as a part of a joint feminist women's movement in the Nordic countries. The signatures were collected against the power of politics of the USA and the Soviet Union. In June 1980, more than 500,000 signatures were delivered together with the manifesto to UN Secretary General Kurt Waldheim before an official opening of the UN conference on women in Copenhagen. Next slide, please. In 1982, the Nordic Women's Peace Initiative for a nuclear-free zone in the northern part of the Nordic countries got more than 2.5 million signatures, and 1 million of them were from Finland. The next one. Well, I go very fast to what Women for Peace in Finland, a very tiny movement, is doing nowadays. We are one of the initiators, together with active WILF women in US, of the international network Global Women for Peace United Against NATO, called GUAN. And now a network of strong women from all walks of life around the world is working in peace activities. And for the moment, we are some 40 countries. Actually, last days when Ulla, Tamara, and me were
participating in the Eurasian Women's Forum, we got more than 10 new countries, many of them from Africa, from different parts of the Siberian countries. And we hope for more women contacts, especially from the Asia Pacific, the Middle East, the African and Central American countries, and of course from Eastern Europe. I think we have today got 2 also from Russia, which is wonderful. The next one. The common principles for is our declaration, for which is on now at the moment for 27 different languages, and you can find the 71st signatories on the web page, and there are more than 1,000 names online. The petition for signing the declaration was closed in July this year in connection with the NATO summit counter event in Washington. You may also, we have a newsletter, and you may subscribe the newsletter on the email list, which is here on, and you will probably get it on the chat also, and on the website also. And Ulla Klötzer is taking lists for those who want to be on the email list. The next one, please. As Tamara was telling already about the Brussels in 2023, the GUAN was actually founded last year. So that was the first activity this network had. And we had an audience at the NATO headquarters in Brussels. And we had the discussions in European Parliament with Claire Daly from Ireland and Özlem Demirel from Germany, who were hosted the group of women. We had 2 days of speeches, a physical and virtual one, and a lot of discussions. And there were offline women from 10 different countries and a broad variety of women from all over the world. The next one. Here we are in front of the European Parliament, just before going into the parliamentarians. The next one. The group also have many different webinars during last autumn and this spring, and it always is discussing NATO. And for instance, we had 2 different webinars on NATO is a climate killer. The next one. Yeah. And there was one on NATO, the largest military alliance in history. And there was one on Middle East. The next one. The next one. On Latin America, one on Africa. The next. And one on NATO in the Arctic. And this conference, which we are now on, is also kind of follow-up of that one. There's some pictures from Washington. Tamara showed a lot more pictures from there. The next one. And for yeah. And for the event in Washington, a photo collage video was made with 200 images of women from all 7 continents who were calling for freedom from NATO. And this long video display can be seen on YouTube, the next one. But we are now inviting all of you worldwide to do the second photo collage. And this is for the 2025 NATO Counter Summit in Hague. So please call us and contact us if you like to do the photo collage. And at the end, I will show a shorter part of the photo so you got an impression what the photo collage is. See. So thank you.
Can we watch the
Can we watch?
Yeah,
Can we watch it from the link?
Yeah,
Yeah, from there. Can we watch it?
it's only 2 minutes.
YouTube is blocked in Russia.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, you will have that on the chat. So you who are not in Russia can go on the YouTube. We heard that the YouTube is blocked in Russia. I'm very sorry about that.
At any time, who wants to go to Facebook and everywhere.
Or maybe put it on Telegram.
Yeah. Okay,
Oh,
so they have to
that's-
watch it on their own. Yeah, right.
That was a fantastic interview, a fantastic overview of the Global Women United for Peace Against NATO. Please let everybody know about this important initiative and have them get involved. I'm part of it. Very grateful to Ula and Leah for leading it. So I think that's the end of our
The round table discussion of the speakers.
yeah, this is,
Questions
yeah, so now we have time for a discussion. So the people online, if you would like to put your hands up and then we can take you in order. And then anyone in the room, if you would like to share any thoughts, reflections, pose any questions, please go ahead. Yes, please go ahead.
And present yourself, please.
Hi, I am Olga Mandryka, biologist by education and having a PhD in water ecology. And now I am a teacher of one of the universities, but we are not allowed to speak anywhere on behalf of our university without permission. So I'm here as a private person, as an expert in water ecology and environment. I have got very important information from this meeting, especially concerning the Gulf of Finland. My students are doing research works regarding accumulated nuclear damage in the Arctic, in the Baltic. And now we have a lack of information because HELCOM does not work anymore, and we don't know what is happening in the Baltic countries. I am so sorry because there are problems along the shore of the Gulf of Finland and along the Baltic, maybe from the north to the south, from Lavisa nuclear station, and in Sosnovyy Bor there are a lot of problems, and Oleg is an expert, and I have a student who is doing research work in Estonia. I think she is very encouraged because she comes through the border, through the obstacles, but she is doing her research work in Solomea, and not everything is good there, and we have no monitoring data, and all non-governmental organizations, they don't connect us. We tried, but we have no information. So my first direction is to call for contacts from the Baltic countries, because we all need information, we all need data for our common Baltic Sea. And the next direction I wanted to clarify here is very sad, because you know what is happening in Russia, how ideas are suppressed, and only yesterday night I read the information that our Orthodox Church has promoted the project to the State Duma to prohibit Darwin and evolution in education. And I'm not joking, because Maria, she also read this harsh information. And yesterday there were many words about propaganda in different levels, since the kindergarten to the high school and to the youth. And I can state that our Orthodox Church is very active now. The government is looking for some national idea to bring people together. And the Orthodox Church, it is in the front line. And it teaches us how to live. It has interfered in the medical service and in education. Every year there are different processing with remains of some dead saints, and this movement is getting more and more wide. And in the universities there is announcement about that processions. Please join, please go with this crazy company, I can state, because it looks like going back to the Middle Age, in my opinion. And it is a great concern for me as a teacher, as a citizen, and that I don't know what will happen in the nearest future. In the next term, I must start my courses in biology. And what will I say to the youth about the origin of humans and about Darwin? I don't know. So there are my two great concerns: lack of information and crazy situation in Russia. And I want to thank all the organizers, Oleg and Ula personally, because you managed to bring together people with different views, and I have got very important points from our meeting. Thank you.
Yes, we have. Yeah. Where is it? Hi. It's very great meeting, and I would like to talk a little bit not only about the Baltic Sea, but about forests, what happens because of the closure of the borders. You know that there was huge amount of wood going through the border to Finland, and then the border is closed. And the most terrible for Russian forests is that Forest Stewardship Council certification left Russia. There is a substitute which is called Forest Etalon, which uses the same standards and which is trying to protect old growth forests here. But that companies which were trading with Finland are no longer trading with Finland, and they don't want to certify at all.
And one company, Segeja Pulp and Paper Mill, already started logging in old growth forests on the planned nature reserve. And what is also devastating is that the NGO networks which were going through the border, they all stopped and they cannot participate any longer. And then it is exceeding pressure on Finnish forests because the pulp and paper mills are so hungry and the demand is very high. And there is lots of new social movements against logging in Finland, all over Finland, but not all of them are successful. So what I suggest that, of course, Baltic Sea region is wonderful in general, but we can take forests around Baltics as well, a little bit bigger, and just try to restore somehow the collaboration between neighborhoods along the forest in Karelia, in Leningrad region. Because it was very strong collaboration and now it is all broken. And what is also very worrying for me is that the Karelian Institute in the University of Eastern Finland was doing research on neighbors who were collaborating with Russia from the Finnish side. And they also, many of them are saying, no, never again. And some of them are very much kind of felt pity that collaboration is over and they have nostalgia for this collaboration. But now they say no. And that's why I just think that what Oleg suggested about just such people-to-people collaborations is a wonderful ideas, but I feel that there will be a lot of barriers from civil society in these Baltic countries just because of this geopolitical feelings which they share because of the propaganda in your countries.
Let's take a couple of people online and then we can come back into the room. So I see Susan has her hand up and then I don't see who this is. And then Agneta. Okay. So Susan first and then Agneta.
Can I say something?
You're second. You're second. And for Susan had her hand up first and then we'll go to you. Thanks.
Oh, I want to share my screen, but I don't know how. I have made a list to do after resuming the conference. How do I share my screen? Do you have to allow me to share the screen?
Just a moment. It should work now. The technician just said that he's enabled it for you.
Okay, I try once more. Thank you so much. Doesn't want, doesn't come. Oh, I will share. Allow Zoom Workplace to share. No, that's a pity.
Did you make her co-host here? Oh.
Oh, it's up to you, Susan.
It's up to me. There's a green thing. I put share and desktop one is not sharing. Documents. I try to share documents. Oh, I don't get it. Okay, then I'll read it out loud. I don't manage to share the screen.
You can also copy it maybe into the chat. But yeah, if you want to take maybe a minute or two to read it out.
Yes, I want to take a minute. And the reason I wanted to show it to you, that I have a very nice drawing called Don't Panic, Organize. It's a drawing about us in the peace movement, like small fishes, and the militarization, like a big dangerous fish. And the next picture is we, all the different peace and environmental movements, organizing, getting a bigger fish even when we are like a swarm. I don't know if you know this drawing. Okay, so my to-do list is to join forces. And I think I have 8 or 9 bullet points. 1, strengthen the UN. 2, do something about the 25th anniversary of the Helsinki process and accord. Then 2025 NATO summit in Den Haag. Then Arctic Council, help it to go to work again. And then HELCOM with 10 contracting parties, include Russia again. I continue with large-scale cleanup, peace ministries, demilitarized zones, nuclear-free zones, peace exercises, and May 8th and 9th Day for Peace and Freedom, and not a day to commemorate the heroes. And then I finish off reading some lines about shared grief. The anniversary of the end of the Second World War is marked 8th of May in Europe, 9th of May in Japan, with a basic content: victory over evil forces and tribute to those who gave their lives. This contributes to the culture of war by accepting war as a legitimate means in the struggle between good and evil, and by justifying the loss of life and the sorrow of those left behind. The myth that some people gave their life must be denied. Their lives were taken from them by incompetent politicians, unable to transform conflicts and avoid war. So I think we should do something together on this 8th of March. No, May next year. Thank you.
That's a great list. I think it'd be super helpful if you could take a minute to put it in the chat. Some of us got it down, but not all of us. And those were great points. So thank you for that. Agneta, you're next up. And then after you, I believe, is Kirsten.
I want to mention Joe Gerson's book, Empire and the Bomb, printed in 2007. There he lists how many times United States of America has threatened the world or different countries with annihilation if they don't follow their policy. It's a horrifying list. 30 countries have the gun at their head if they are not obeying. It's an important list. Empire and the bomb. And the other thing, you were mentioning YouTube, that it was forbidden in Russia. Then I can mention I am forbidden to write anything on YouTube. I'm forbidden to write anything on Facebook. So these instruments are very, very active in Sweden. I have a neighbor who is very important. He arranging things towards the hysterical. He is also abolished from YouTube. They use all these instruments for framing and no, for policing and for making us obedient. And the last thing I think it should be mentioned here in this group is RAND Corporation. What is RAND Corporation? It is the world's biggest think tank. What did RAND Corporation do? It planned and made it possible what? The Ukraine war. They made all the steps, all the instrument that made it possible to launch the Ukraine war in 2014. And another thing is NED. What is NED? National Endowment for Democracy. National Endowment for Democracy. CIA people were very angry at CIA. Then they found out we create a new organization, but they are doing exactly the same thing as CIA did. Where did they go? They tried Russia, but they threw them out because they understood. They tried China, but they threw them out because they knew what NED stood for. But which country embraced NED? Ukraine. So there, Rand Corporation, Ned could arrange and support the neo-Nazis who returned from Canada with cars, with offices, with computers around the entire Ukraine. So they were the one who economized the Nazis growing in Ukraine. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for those references and points. We'll move on to Kirsten.
Thank you. I think that it's very important that we know about Rand Corporation and the plans, so that we are not too naive. But now I want to ask about what I asked for because Ulla take Nord Stream for how it made it bad for Germany industry and also for Finland, because when we banned all we did not anymore buy gas from from Russia, so we got a very expensive energy, and then they say that nuclear plants are the solution, and even the Greens said that nuclear plants is the solution. But I think that because he's from Denmark, the friend of the earth, said that showed us the pictures of the sea and the warming, and then Ulla also the nuclear plants that are around the Baltic Sea and also all places in USA, they also warm the waters and the climate. It's not the solution. It's a part of the problem. So I would like to hear more about that. If always when I talking about this, then people say it's such a small problem, but I don't think it's small, because it's warms 10 degrees and it's a lot of water every second that goes through the plants, and so I don't think so, but I want to hear if you have some answer to that, if is it a problem or not a problem. But then I also what Christer said about fighting fascism. I have thought very much of that, because we thought that fascism was won when the Soviet Union fighted fascism. But it has always been in the background and always is getting up when it is possible. So I think that it's not so easy to fight fascism in any way, not violently and not non-violently. It's very difficult, but I think that we could maybe work on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see that Pele has his hand up, so I'm going to move to him next, but I'm also going to put myself on the stack. And just a reminder, if you have any other comments or resources that you would like to share, please put it in the chat so that we can collect the chat and share that information with you after. Pele, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to try and give Kirsten an answer to a question about the heat from the power plants. I'm not a physician, so this is just my guess about this. And the thing is that the heat is produced within the power plant, and it is, of course, it can have a large effect locally, but I think it's rather small effect in the ocean. I've tried to look into the heat effect from all power plants some time ago, and I could see that the direct heat effect was not comparable to the effect from the CO2 emissions from the coal power plants, etc. And the cooling effect is the same for a nuclear power plant than from a coal power plant, more or less. So I think it is definitely not good for the local environment, the sea next to the power plant. But I don't think it is so. Yeah, I know that during the hot summers, nuclear power plants in France have been shut down because the cooling water is heating up the rivers too much. So they are prohibited to run. But it is a local phenomenon, I think.
I can answer to the question about the heating of the water from the nuclear power plant.
Good.
During the 10 years, I was a researcher of this situation around the Leningrad nuclear power plant. And every second, the Leningrad nuclear power plant for gigawatt, they take 200 cubic meters they take 200 cubic meters per second, and they increase the temperature of this water on 10 degrees. So according to our investigations, the all water in the Kaporskaya Bay receive double energy, one part from the sun and another one from the nuclear power plant. So there are too many ecological changes during the such process heating. And just now there are dominate blue-green algae. It is a result of this water pollution, thermal pollution of this water. And I'd like to say about one more effect. I research how many fish come to the nuclear power plant cooling system with this water. And according to our investigations, every year with the cooling water from 400 millions to 1 billion small fish, 1 gram, come to this cooling system, and they destroy this ecosystem, and now already stopped all reproduction of the fishing in on the south coast of the Gulf of Finland, and all fishermen, we have no anymore fishing industry. And it is a result of the complex effect from the nuclear power plant, from the construction of the harbors in this region. And so I think it is really a huge problem, because the efficiency of the nuclear power plant only 33%. So in reactor, they produce heat, and only 33% transformed to the electricity, and 67% it is thermal pollution of the air. And now we have one more risks. Just now already started the construction new nuclear power plant. They use cooling towers. And it is much better for the water because they take for the cooling only in 80 times less water. But very close with nuclear power plant, just now the Russian government decided to construct aluminium plant. It is result of the sanction against Russia because it's not possible to get aluminium from Ukraine and from Australia. And this aluminium plant will provide emissions of the oxides, different oxides to the air. And these oxides will, how to say, will produce with the cooling towers acid rain. So now the people around the nuclear power plant protest about this plan because it will be serious negative consequences for the nature. And it will be generator of the acid rains in our region. So we have a time when we need to provide analysis not only one object like nuclear power plant. We need to provide the analysis environmental situation in this all regions because it's not possible to separate effects from the one object from another one. We have complex, and this is the problem now. Thank you.
Well, that's very sad description of what's happening in the Baltic Sea. I put myself on Slack because I just wanted to mention a couple of things in addition to what Agneta said. The think tank that she mentioned, RAND, is funded by the Pentagon. It's the Pentagon's think tank. It's funded through the Pentagon by the US government. And the two reports that she referred to, or one of the reports that she referred to is called Overextending and Unbalancing Russia. I mean, think about that title for a moment. You know, overextending and unbalancing Russia. I think that's just insane that a think tank would create a report to try to destabilize another country like that. I cannot believe that Canada's closest ally, you know, prepared a report like this, and then Canada assisted in the implementation of this report, because that is exactly what Canada, the United States, and the UK have been doing since at least 2019, is overextending and unbalancing Russia. It's unbelievable to me. The other thing is she mentioned about the Nazis in Canada. The latest report is that the Library and Archives Canada will not release the names of the Ukrainian Nazis that came into Canada after the Second World War. And they're not going to release them, even though it's been more than 50 years. So they're hiding this information, but we already know and suspect. We also have many Nazi monuments in the country. In Alberta, in Ontario, we've got Nazi monuments. We are only now starting to, you know, face that because we were embarrassed by celebrating a Nazi in our parliament last September. Our parliamentarians gave Yaroslav Hanka, who collaborated with the Nazis, a standing ovation. This is the state that we're in Canada. The other thing that I wanted to say is it's important for us to remember when we talk about reform of the United Nations, to think about the fact that the United Nations has been co-opted in so many ways by NATO, just like the OSCE has been completely co-opted. I call it NATO-ized. The United Nations and the OSCE have been NATO-ized. So please, friends, remember that in 2008, the United Nations and NATO signed a joint declaration for cooperation. This was the Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and And then this joint declaration was re-articulated in 2018, 10 years later. So we have to pull apart pull away NATO from the United Nations because it is not serving us the way it needs to be. Okay, so carrying on, I believe who was next in the lineup? Was it Susan and then was it Isabel? And then I think Kika, you wanted to present as well. Okay. So we'll go 1, 2, and then 3. You'll be up next.
So it's me. I just wanted to show you do you see that nice drawing? Don't panic, organize.
Overextending.
Do you see this drawing?
Yes, that's good. Just you should send that whole thing to us.
But I cannot send a picture in the chat.
And send it by email, that document. That's a good one.
I do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Isabel. Oh, and then
Okay,
and Ula. I don't.
all right. I just wanted to add two points on the list, on our to-do list. Since what you just said with all the think tanks against us, also we have something like that Institut für Liberale Moderne in Germany and others. We need this counter-information we talked about yesterday. So and a platform to distribute it, like all the wonderful material that is presented here or in other conference or peace meetings. We need to make it available to the public and distribute it more. So that would be one project to do. And the other point I would like to add also is diplomacy, because I think it's a real failure that there's no state diplomacy on state level from all EU countries or in EU interests. And I think someone said it yesterday also, there needs to be people's diplomacy. And actually what we're doing here is people's diplomacy. But also I think we should try to get together with the diplomatic efforts that are made. I mean, in Ukraine war, I mean, from the Vatican, from China and from Brazil and India. So I don't know if you have any contacts, but I think it would be great to maybe try to connect the people's diplomacy with these state level diplomacies. What something like Matt said yesterday, maybe also with cooperating with the BRICS or with the people of the global south, but also on the state level in this diplomacy effort. So diplomacy should also be a big point. And if the governments of our countries are not doing it, we have to do it.
Completely agree with you. And,
So turn that way. So I just will read the things. Yeah, I am Kikka Rytkönen. I have been saying something about myself yesterday. So I have been in actually I think when Lea said that in 1970s Women for Peace was started, I think I was there. Was it in Norway or at least in the beginning, the first time? Okay, and so I have been just writing down some thoughts, and oh, yeah. So actually in 2022, when the war in Ukraine started, we had a demonstration wasn't it in Women's Day? I think, yeah. And we had a big banner which said something like, what did it say? Kulttuuri. It was hanged. It was a huge one and very beautiful one, and it was we hung it in former museum of military museum, which had been and still is like an empty for a long time, and we wrote that here it's going to be a peace culture. This building will be a peace culture building. So so I was thinking, or I picked up something of the discussions which have been here, like getting peace culture and like peace education to be somewhere to be seen and heard about and information. And actually also in Helsinki we have a place which is called Peace Station, Rauhan Asema, and there is some organization who is doing this kind of peace school. Okay, and the other thing was like, and I say some things that have already been said, but like the something happened like a festival and maybe a large conference in Helsinki because of the 50 years of peacemaking. So that is already, yeah. And then with that, I remember Kerstin saying these words, common security, which I think it's something that one should think about also. Then third is this demilitarized areas. As I said before, also that we have an what's the word now? Archipelago of Åland, or is it some hundreds or something? A lot of islands, and that is it's nearer actually Sweden than Finland, but it's part of Finland, and so that is. And so I was thinking that if we want to do or think about how to have more demilitarized areas, then the history and things and the people, how the people think about this thing, they want to have it there. They don't want to lose it. So that would be a good thing to maybe take them together or take their thoughts also and the history. Okay, and then joining, like this is something I have been talking a long time, and it just doesn't happen, that there's a lot of peace organizations and movements and NGOs and whatever. And yeah, and actually the first thing I told about this Ukraine war's demonstration against the it's starting demonstration, there was a new also a new movement of women, which was first time there. So when or we should have all kinds of peacemakers together to be strong and big, and also, which is also said here, that join with the climate change movements. What is elokapina in whatever? Yeah. In distinctive rebellion.
Extinction Rebellion.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. They are very, very a lot active in Helsinki.
Fridays for Future.
Wonderful. Yeah. Good. Yeah. So
actually say abroad already.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, they are important. And what is that? I cannot even read. And Tamara had yesterday asking, what can we do to help Arctic areas? And I was in also a meeting in National Museum after some years ago, and there were these Sapmi people from our Lapland, and they were very worried about, because they have their reindeer thing, and if Finland starts building huge roads there and whatever, that will be a bad thing for their work. And so we need to have work together with these indigenous people from all these countries we have been mentioning here, or we come from. Yeah. Then I think I said yesterday that and somebody has been talking about peace exercises, that like I am also member of Union of Conscientious Objectors, and they have had 2 of this kind of exercises if we need some information.
That's a great to-do list. We have lots of work ahead of us. Okay, so I see that Quanta had her hand up, and then Karen had her hand up, and we'll check to see if somebody in the room after that has something to say. And I know that Ulla needs to also speak to us about the statement progress.
Cooperation before that.
Okay. All right, Quanta, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to reiterate that what I said yesterday, but it occurred to me that the peace movement is predominantly composed of women, which is wonderful. So I'm thinking that, I'm going to start this in my community, meaning in Charlotte, North Carolina, that reach out to young girls and have them realize that they have the power to make an impact in promoting peace. Maybe get together and go before the senator's office and demonstrate and, things like that. So I'm thinking that each of us, perhaps in our communities, in our circles, with our relatives or in our own families or churches, try to help the young girls to use their power to promote peace and end to military spending. And I imagine saying that, okay, stop wasting in killing, start investing in teaching, healing, and building. That's it. Thank you.
That's great. I really like that quote you had at the end. Maybe you could write some of your points in the chat. All righty, Karen, please go ahead.
I have sorry, I have listened to you, and I've thought that this raising of diplomacy, peace culture, and peace education goes very well together with my presentation yesterday on getting the mindset wave. This is very difficult, but to get it away from deterrence thinking to common security, and thinking, seeing that behavioral sciences have a lot to give on knowledge of conflicts and conflict resolution, and promotion of peace, preventing escalation. And if the security policy would learn and utilize the behavioral sciences, knowledge of conflicts and conflict resolution, we would get a lot of this. And we have already spoken about parts of it, like enemy images, like we are so disturbed or blocked by, since we can't get through in media, etc. So no, I would like to put this forward. Knowledge of conflicts and the connection with security policy. The scientist I want to refer to is John W. Burton, who gets this connection very nicely, and also is the father of human needs theory. Thank you. But thank you for a nice, wonderful conference.
Thanks, Karen, for that. Somebody had made a point earlier about people-to-people diplomacy and engaging in people-to-people diplomacy because our governments aren't. I would like to make a suggestion. This is something that we've done in Canada. We sent formal letters. We couriered them to a number of embassies in Ottawa, like the Ukraine embassy, the US embassy, the Mexican embassy, Chinese embassy, Russian embassy, to our government and many others. And we have had, we've got a meeting with the Chinese ambassador to Canada on October 4th. We've had meetings with the Mexican embassy, and the Russian embassy actually said, yes, let's meet. So we've met a number of times with the Russian embassy, and it's one of the reasons why I'm here. The US embassy, the Ukraine embassy, and my government will not meet with our women's organizations. But try that. Try contacting your local embassies or consulates and asking for meetings. The other thing that I want to suggest is encouraging people to travel and meeting people. I think this is really important. So we're working on a delegation to go to China, and I've been encouraging everybody I know to come to Russia and start building peace. And the idea about mentoring young people, I think, is so critical. They also don't have very many resources. So if we do have extra resources and can support young people to attend these kinds of peace conferences, I think that would be really good. The financial and mentoring support is something that they could really use. Oh, the other thing that we've done is we've written formal letters to the Inuit Circumpolar Council to ask for meetings. And we've been in touch with them, emailing back and forth, and we're expecting a meeting at the end of October. So reach out to all of these institutions and embassies and countries and ask for meetings. You'd be really surprised that you may very well hear from them, and then it can establish a relationship. So I think I should turn the floor over now to Ulla, because any more hands up? Anyone else in the room that would like to, would you like to say any final comments? Would you like to make a contribution? Oleg, would you like to say something before Ulla speaks, or Leah, or anyone? Don't feel shy. Anyone online? Okay, Ulla's getting her papers organized, and she's coming over and will give us some final words.
No, final words.
Not final words.
I think Tamara is finally getting homesick. No, we have still on the program, I'm sorry, we have had a tough program, but since we are here physically, some of us in Russia, we want to use the time. We are maybe not standing in queue on the border for 4 or 5 hours in heat again in the nearest future, because then it will be winter and cold, because we were standing at the Estonian border 4.5 hours in burning sun with Leah before they let us into no man's land, and then on to the bus for St. Petersburg. And Olli and Kikka did the same, but they had a shorter line. We still have we were supposed to divide us into working groups. It doesn't work with our computers. So my suggestion is that we, in quite a quick order, try to take the issue of further cooperation. And Olli from Finland is prepared to do some kind of initial push for it. And then we take a short discussion about what you want us to do together. And after that, Oleg and I will present an idea for a statement. We hope for having at least some words to say from here to be sent out to someone. And I expect that you come with ideas to whom we shall send our statement. And we have tried to pick out yesterday evening and during lunch today the most important things you have said. You can exclude everything and we make just one sentence. But I think it would be important to have it done today, because if we have to go through all the ones who have been here to send their consensus later, we will end up to Christmas. So it would be important to have some lines from today. So I give the floor to Olli, and now you have to sharpen yourself to come with bright ideas about actions.
People gave lots about action.
Do you see my block? That one, yes.
I have your paper.
Oh, we don't need it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So we have heard so many.
You have the microphone.
So many excellent ideas how the international relations should be organized and how to develop a peace movement, and it's possible that we could find a common view of these ideas. But the problem is that it's not easy to spread or communicate those ideas to a public, or it's very difficult to communicate those ideas to the powers that be, or that powers that shouldn't be. And there are also sanctions for many of us for that what we can say, and if we say something, there may be consequences. So I think that in this sense, future cooperation should be mainly concentrated to some practical projects, because practical projects may be from outside look very naive or just not dangerous at all, but they can be in a way be like an onion that if you just go deep at what those people are doing, you get many deeper and more radical ideas. But for example, if you are just doing something general about environment or about nuclear disarmament, it's something which seems not so dangerous for governments. So therefore, these kinds of ideas, for example, what Alec was describing, this cycling tour from earlier from St. Petersburg to Helsinki, but it can't be done. But it can, in a way, done through Estonia. It's possible to cycle to Ivanogorod and then again from Narva to Tallinn and from Tallinn by ferry to Helsinki. And of course, that similar things can do by walking, for example, from St. Petersburg to a border, or there could be two simultaneous camps, one on the Russian side of border and one on Finnish side of border, and so it will you can say that this kind of actions could be like a peace exercise, and inside those actions there could be non-violent trading, and you could try to do all decision making democratic, so that you can exercise democratic decision making in concrete circumstances, and have a such like a small discussions or public events in cities and villages on the way or nearby the camps. So I think that anyway, in just in these circumstances of sanctions and border closing, something very, in a way, something that is outside, very simple and naive, could be a good starting point, because but in such like public events and discussions, we could present all these wonderful ideas which were presented from many of us. Okay, but these are my ideas of future action or future cooperation between Russia and collective West or Finland. So, but of course, you may now. I think it's important for here if you have some other ideas. But anyway, yeah.
Thank you, Olli. Any comments from the audience? I think that Susanne had a lot of ideas too that could be integrated into Olli's suggestions. The peace exercise, the military exercise, as in quotes, and of course, when we talk about having a camp at the Finnish side of the border, it's not so easy to get a lot of people from the other Nordic countries, and we should find some action that would actually include all the Nordic and Arctic countries that could be. But maybe that's the issue for another meeting. Or does anybody have any good ideas? We will circulate also the ideas of Susanne in the papers we send out later, and maybe we can then also, since we are trying to create an email list or group, we could exchange ideas on that one, and there Olli would also be integrated. Olli has more contacts to young people than Women for Peace, I think. Because I'm not expecting that all these people will sit in a camp at the Russian border, or okay. If there's not any hands up for this, I would ask Oleg to put our statement on the ID for a statement on the screen, and we would get, I think I would propose a kind of 5 minutes to read it through, and then come with ideas what should be excluded and included. But it's important that you read it through. I want to stress some things. I think that what we have got included in the proposal for a statement is about what we have been talking about here. That is the redefinition of the common concept of security. We have the situation of the Baltic Sea and the Arctic, and we have the nuclear threat. We have nuclear and demilitarized zones. Yes. So yeah. Would you like me to read it? Or do you read yourself?
You should read it.
It's short, okay. So we have written statement from the international conference. We can change the word statement if you like. Statement from the International Conference in St. Petersburg, September 21, 2024, Peace, Nature, Cooperation in the Baltic and Arctic regions. Before I go on, I would like to say that Susanne Urban came with the very good suggestions from a Nordic initiative, and Ingeborg Breines, former director of UNESCO, came with a text for UNESCO. Okay. So to whom we shall send it, that's up to this audience, but we can take that later. In St. Petersburg, some 100 participants from Russia, EU countries, US and Canada, on and offline, discussed the current situation of the militarization of the Baltic and Arctic regions and the increasing risks of global military confrontation, as well as the emerging climate and other environmental disasters. One comment is that my language is not English, so there has to be corrections. The participants called for an immediate ceasefire in Ukraine and for the parties involved in the military conflict to start negotiations for peace. Furthermore, the participants call for the expanding of the current concept of security to emphasize human and collective security, to prioritize peace, climate cooperation, environmental sustainability, and equitable resource distribution, while prioritizing United Nations initiatives, resolutions, and treaties. Military money must be diverted to urgent human and environmental needs. The ecological situation in the Baltic Sea needs Russia to be included in all HELCOM official meetings again. The work of the Arctic Council must also be restored and include Russia. The reducing of the nuclear threat. This includes signing, ratifying, and implementing the UN Nuclear Weapons Ban Treaty, removing nuclear weapons from high alert status, extending warning times, and adopting a policy of no first use of nuclear weapons. Furthermore, it includes enhancing preparedness for potential radioactive emissions from nuclear-powered vessels in Norwegian and Baltic waters, and excluding all military activities around civil nuclear facilities. The Nordic region and the Arctic should be declared as nuclear weapon-free and demilitarized zone as of the Antarctic Treaty of 1959. The fostering of a culture of peace and strengthening cultural cooperation. The UNESCO mandate to build peace through international cooperation within the fields of education, science, culture, and communication is vital in order to counter the present world tension and militarization. It is necessary to encourage renewed contact and cooperation with UNESCO and see the vision and program of a culture of peace as an important, comprehensive, humanistic framework for our common efforts to learn to live peacefully together. Finally, the participants call for reviving of the OSCE institution as a necessary framework for peace in Europe and the world. An OSCE summit in 2025, in the spirit of the Helsinki summit in 1975, should be held including Russia and a broad spectrum of civil society. St. Petersburg. So please, I leave you some time to think it over, and then you can suggest what shall be deleted and what shall be added. We try to keep track. You want to see? Okay. Susanne, Lea, do you have a possibility to check also? Okay, Susanne. You are muted.
Yes, Dara unmuted me. Thank you for putting that down. One question, is there anybody from the Baltic countries with us in this conference? I didn't really get it. Who are the people sitting around the table in St. Petersburg?
There is nobody from Estonia, nobody from Poland, no one from Latvia, nobody from Lithuania. We have tried to integrate them in all our peace work. There are people who have said that they think like us and they like what we do, but they do not want to be involved. We also have one very strong woman who said that she will lose her job.
Thank you for answering that. Then I have a question. I have read that preposition. I think it's great that you put it down, really. And it's short, and that's very important. When it comes to whom it is addressed to, that has something to say for the way we formulate things. And I've been thinking that in Italy, the labor unions are so much more active when it comes to peace work. And maybe we could address our labor union organizations in the different countries. If I think that these unions, then I would maybe formulate it like a question to give them the possibility to answer how they could think of supporting which of the points we list and how they could think of supporting. Thank you.
I will comment, that's a great idea, but we have somebody to do the work. We have to have somebody who does it, takes the answers and follows it up what they need. So for that, we need some volunteering.
Well, that would be in each country. That wouldn't be on you organizing. It would be Finland for you. It would be me for Norway.
Right.
It would make us stronger when we approach the labor organizations.
Right. Thank you. Yes, Maria.
I would like call for in this statement for just facilitating visas for Russians to come and exchange programs and revitalization of the neighborhood programs, people to people, in all countries around Baltic Sea and the Arctic.
So revitalizing, yeah, we have to formulate it then. Yes. Tamara, please. Tamara here.
So I saw cultural cooperation, but I didn't see scientific. So if it could be cultural and scientific cooperation, that would be important. Also, the language at the end that like re-articulates the Helsinki Act. So something at the end that is a bit more emotional, like, you know, we are all connected, our security is indivisible, something like that at the end, I think would be nice. I'm not sure at the beginning of the statement if it acknowledges that we met over International Peace Day, but I think that would be nice to say, you know, we specifically wanted to have this gathering to mark International Peace Day 2024, which is the theme of cultivating a culture of peace. So it's in that spirit that we're meeting. The other thing is, I'm not sure if you explicitly had something about Indigenous people, but I think acknowledging that is super important because we talked throughout this conference about Indigenous wisdom and their call for making the Arctic a zone of peace and a nuclear weapons-free zone. So that language in there is super important. Then the other thing is, while I have the mic, is just, I guess we are going to have to think about how we are going to get our organizations to like endorse this. So I support this statement very much as it is, but I know that I'm going to have to go back to my organizations to say, you know, will you endorse this so that we can use it to send to our government and to other officials. So we'll just have to think about a timeline in terms of getting our organizations to sign on as well. Perhaps we could do it as individuals now and then get our organizations in the future. Just logistics to think about.
Yes, it's always a big process to get the organizations. So that is why we said 100 participants and not 50 organizations. That was on purpose. So it would be easy to then just let every country do whatever they like with it. Send it to the trade unions or to your government or to your press or whatever. Because we are not doing the send out collectively. Okay, so more hands we have. Oh, yes.
Thank you. Regarding your statement about excluding military activities, this statement must be identified legislatively, maybe to apply to the World Atomic Organization, to build some sanitary zone which excludes any activity, including industrial, what Oleg told about us about aluminum factory for the future, because it is only words to exclude any activity.
Protected zone.
Protected zone, sanitary zone, yes.
Okay, we just hope not to make it longer, but yes. Who was Isabel?
Yes, could you please put the text on again, because I have very two small suggestions on the text itself. The first would be, I think in the first sentence, I can't see the text, but in the first sentence it says somewhere, wait, on the, a bit more up.
You have to take it down. She wants to see the beginning.
Ah, okay. Right, thanks. So it was said, Activision, the increasing risks of global military confrontation, as well as emerging climate and other environmental disasters. Instead of as well, could we write and the linked emerging climate and other environmental disasters, to make it clear that we didn't talk about them independently, but the military armament and usage is linked to the emerging climate and environment disasters.
Yes,
that would
maybe
be the first.
Thank you, Isabel.
First,
I think it would be. Do you have more comments?
yes, I have two
Yes.
more. And then where was it? Ukraine. Conflict is starting negotiations. Should we? I mean, you're talking about Ukraine, but should it maybe could it be formulated that we call for a ceasefire and diplomacy solutions in oral military confrontations? So kind of including the other ones in the world.
Yeah, but we have talked about the headline is peace, nature, cooperation in the Baltic and Arctic regions. So we try to stick to the Baltic and Arctic regions, if it would be okay with you. Because if we go into Gaza and all the other things, we have to change the rest of the text.
I know, I don't want to confer exclusively to Gaza, but yeah, if you want many signatures, it would be easier if we could find a formulation where all the conflicts are kind of addressed.
Yeah.
And the last one, also maybe you don't want it because it's kind of widening it out. When it says the nuclear-free zone of the Arctic, of course that yeah, it's for sure. But could we maybe formulate it as a nuclear-free zone in Europe, starting with the Arctic? So
that could be done. Yes.
Yes. Okay. These are the three suggestions. Thank you.
That was actually what Olof Palme was suggesting in the 80s. He talked about the Central European nuclear-free zone, because he then already thought about all the former Soviet states that could be nuclear weapon free. Right. Okay. Maybe it's good when you comment now that you comment the specific place where you want to have some change. So it would be easier to go through the text then later. Yes, but who follows the chat? I cannot follow it from here, impossibly. I can't follow it here, and I can't read it there. Okay. I don't follow now who was next, but I take Ellen. Ellen, unmute yourself, please.
I wanted to say that this is an historic statement as far as I'm concerned, because of where you're holding this conference and its significance for the peace movements. I can imagine 100,000 signatures from our own networks, each one in each country, and from sending to the governments and to NATO and to all the necessary places, as we did with the NATO conference this past July in Washington, D.C., and that this really needs to be distributed. It's a wonderful statement that is very inclusive, and it focuses on a particular area, which is even, I think, more useful in that it's, as Suzanne says, it's a practical approach to go region by region instead of broad generalizations. Anyway, I do believe that we can get thousands and thousands of signatures and make your conference, my conference, very impactful for thousands of people. So please don't minimize or become too humble of what you've done. It's quite something. You're making history to be there in a time of war. Thank you very much for including me, and good luck. I hope we can broaden this statement to impact many people.
Thank you, Ellen. We have to do our best. Lisa, it's your turn now. Thank you, Ellen, really, from the bottom of my heart. Lisa, you have to unmute yourself.
Yes, it did. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, once again, we heard the text only once, but there was something about widening security, how we understand security. And I think that if not here, then in general, if it can be possible to add that security means also stability of our societies, which means that we have to take care of welfare state, to use the military money also to give people security, social security, education and healthcare, which stabilizes societies and makes our societies more secure and less also prone to extreme movements. And so that's what I think.
Yeah, we have to make it short, but we could maybe add that environmental sustainability and equitable resource distribution, social health, and educational security. Just those 3 words. Is that okay, Lisa?
Yes.
Yes, okay. We try to keep it at 1 page, but let's see. Okay. Thank you, Lisa. Karin?
Well, you were talking about the nuclear-free zone in Europe and the Arctic in that case, not starting with the Arctic, because if you start with the Arctic, you put Russia and the Kola the peninsula in focus. So rather you do it at the same time, Europe and the Arctic, or as well as the Arctic, or
Yes.
including the Arctic, whatever, something
Yes.
like that.
So
make it more balanced.
Yeah, if you agree, we should write Europe and the Arctic should be declared a nuclear weapon free and demilitarized zone, because then we would have, because this is Arctic regions we have, so we have both there. Yes. Okay, and that goes
also,
hand in hand with
that
all
would
of.
That would be fine, and also I agree to the suggestion of we all believe in indivisible security at the end.
At the end, where you mean?
That was another suggestion. As an that would be an extra line at the end. We believe in indivisible security, to see the balance also there.
Yeah, we are all interconnected.
We believe in indivisible
security.
Yeah, Tamara can formulate it at the end.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's not. I agree with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Karin and Susanne.
Yes, I agree that we should keep it to one page. Still, I miss a concrete project like a joint cleanup operation for the Baltic Sea. I think that could maybe come there under the point the ecological situation of the Baltic Sea needs Russia to be included. We can put it together in one point. The Arctic Council must be restored. The HELCOM must function, and there's a need for a joint cleanup operation or for joint cleanup operations.
Okay, so we should, and that of course also includes the Arctic, so that the Baltic Sea and the Arctic Council, and after that there is a need for
joint cleanup operations.
And
I want to say something there. In Norway, we have a law after Gro Harlem Brundtland telling that the polluter has to pay. And this is something legal that should be applied to others too. So the word of legal framework, this word should be someplace too. Like yesterday, the young man with the beard, Mark, he was into the legal framework.
Yeah, where do you want to include it?
I have to think, and then I'll tell you.
Yes, okay, you tell me. Margaret Bonins from Germany.
Yeah, thank you. I have difficulties with point 1. I note the participant call for expanding the current concept of security. So which concept you are talking of? And if you are talking, if the current political security concept, I suggest to change the concept and strengthen the other points you talk of later. You're right.
So you suggest that we say the changing of the current concept of.
Yeah.
The changing and not expanding.
Yeah.
Do you want to have the changing of the current political concept? No.
I don't know if everybody understand what concept you are talking of.
Yeah, we are talking about the military concept, that security is military.
Then write military.
Then she wants you to explain it.
Yeah, so the changing of the current military concept of security.
Yeah.
Is that okay for everyone?
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Palle, please.
Yes, thank you. I want to comment on Susanne's proposal about this cleanup project. I think it's a little risky to include that. It is promising a lot on behalf of whom the participants here. I think it needs a commitment from organizations in order to sort of promise that we would go in that direction. It has not been discussed with others outside this occasion. So, and I think it also puts, the onus on us in a way that I don't think is really proper here.
Yeah, that was what I wanted to ask Susanne, because we are actually directing us towards our governments, what we need from them. And if we say that we want to have, that we are doing this cleanup, but if, Susanne, you could put it in the framework of the polluters pay, then it wouldn't be we, but our governments who have to do the cleanup. Would that be okay with you, Palle, if Susanne makes a suggestion for that?
I want to say to Palle, I'm not talking about the military doing it. I just want to highlight that it is needed, because if you look at all the information we got, it's obvious that it's needed. And then the by effect would be the togetherness that we need psychologically. In Norway, it's the paragraph 28 in the pollution law that the polluter pays. So I'll try to formulate a very
try
short
to formulate it before we
yes
end the session. Yes, okay. Any more suggestions of something to exclude or include? I was a bit thinking about the aluminium thing, that we have to be, that we are not very specific on one thing, but we will talk about that then. That you formulate it, how we formulate it. And also this revitalizing the cooperation, because you know more about it than we. Then, of course, what should we take in the visa problem, or should we just talk about the revitalizing? Because no.
Because it's very hard to go about opening borders.
Opening borders, yeah, that's good. Yes,
for both sides.
Yes, for all sides, because we are talking about all the area, all borders. Yes.
That's a big point about opening borders, and yeah, so some language about that, because Canada has a travel ban against Russia.
Yes,
that's the issue.
but we have to make it broader.
The other thing that I was going to add was that maybe we don't need to get so bogged down with specific to-do points, and that could be like, we could have an appendix or an addendum, that lists all of the good ideas that we have. This is the way we implement this.
Yeah.
So we don't have to make it like all of the list of ideas we can put separately.
Yeah, but that we can have extra. I think we should just need one paper that we can send out. Right, Quanta, it's your turn now.
I was just going to suggest, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you, Ulla. I was wondering if it would be helpful to share it on the screen as we are speaking, the document itself. That way, we can follow as to, which page and what paragraph. That way, we have a visual aid to respond. I mean, it's up to you, but I thought that might be helpful.
Yeah, we
have
the paper which Oleg has put up. Should I go through it, what we now have more or less agreed to add, or is it that what you mean, Quanta?
Yeah, as you are talking, because you have the page in front of you, but it would be helpful for us to see it also.
Yeah, so I will attach the attention to that we are talking about the Baltic and Arctic region, so that we remember that. And we agreed that when we have the paper more or less ready, we should, Ellen said we can send it to our governments, to NATO, and so on, and that we should collect signatures under the paper. That means personal signatures, as we did with the Guan women first signatories, saying that they are active in some movement, but not that they are taking the stand on behalf of the movement or the organization, because then it's a long process. We have to define a deadline for when we want the signatures. And for that, I would say every country has to be responsible for collecting signatures in their own country, and then sending all participants here, because I cannot do it collectively for the whole bunch of people here. But if everyone here in the chat and in the webinar and around this room takes responsibility to get some 10 people to sign. I know it's impossible in Russia, but I'm talking for the other countries. So I will send it out with some kind of strategy how to collect the signature and what is the deadline. But the text would then be to the governments of the Baltic and Arctic region countries, to NATO, and to maybe the UN, because we talk about UNESCO, and the OSCE, because we talk about the OSCE. And the Inuit, yeah, Arctic Council, and HELCOM, of course. Yes.
It disappeared from the screen.
Yeah, put it back on the screen, please. Then we can go through the text. So in this first chapter, in St. Petersburg, some 100 participants from Russia, EU countries, and so on, we will include that it was on the International Day of Peace. And we will also say that we discussed the current situation of the militarization of the Baltic and Arctic regions and the increasing risks of global military confrontation and the links to the emerging climate and other environmental disasters. That was the corrections we did. Then we didn't make anything on the participants called for an immediate ceasefire in Ukraine and for the parties involved in the military conflict to start negotiations for peace. Then about the expanding of the current concept, we said that the changing of the current military concept, that should be changed. And we should add social, health, and educational security to the list of what the security should be. And on the ecological situation of the Baltic Sea and the work of the Arctic Council, Susanne is formulating something about the cleanup. We will come back to that later. And then we have the reducing of the nuclear threat. We had, I think, no changes. And for the nuclear weapon-free zone, it should be Europe and the Arctic should be declared as nuclear weapon-free and demilitarized zones. And the fostering of peace, we didn't change. That was the fantastic suggestion of the former UNESCO director, Ingeborg. And then we wanted to add, and that we have to leave to the audience here, opening the borders and revitalizing the cooperation on the projects. And then we have to add the scientific cooperation, the fostering of culture of peace and strengthening cultural, and somewhere there we have to get in the scientific.
It's a cultural cooperation and add scientific. It was somewhere there.
Yeah, it's up there. And then something about the indigenous people, and that maybe we can leave to Tamara to formulate shortly. And then this we believe in at the end.
Colleagues, one короткий комментарий, very short comment. When you suggested to write that Europe free from the nuclear weapons, and how it's possible if we have France and the United Kingdom like a part of Europe. Maybe reasonable to say only about Baltic and Arctic region because it is not real now.
Yes.
I trust whatever you suggest.
Yes. Can we take away the text for a moment, and we can you ask Timor to take away the text for a moment so that we can see the people? We want to see the people. Yes. So Europe, that is of course a problem, because the whole of Europe is not part of the Baltic and Arctic regions. So we should maybe stick to, because this is the Baltic and Arctic regions, that is our demand. Is that okay with you all? The Baltic and Arctic. Yes. And that then also includes Northern Norway. Susanne?
Yes. Yes. In the third paragraph, the ecological situation of the Baltic Sea needs Russia to be included in all HELCOM official meetings, again, semicolon. The work of the Arctic Council must also be restored and include Russia and the indigenous people. Maybe that's where to place them.
Yes.
And then a sentence more.
Wait. Yes.
Russia and indigenous people.
Yes.
And then a sentence more, we ask for initiating large-scale joint cleanup operations.
We ask for
initiating.
Yes.
Large-scale.
Yes.
Joint cleanup operations. And that means it's not only private school pupils picking plastic in the beaches as we do in Norway.
But where? It is in Baltic and North Arctic region.
Arctic and Baltic. Yes, Arctic and Baltic.
It's no, this is the point of the ecological situation of the Baltic Sea. I think it's okay to keep it to the Baltic now.
You want to keep it only to the Baltic?
Yeah, because the point is, this is the third point, the ecological situation of the Baltic Sea, having 3 sentences now.
Yes. Okay.
It's HELCOM, it's Arctic Council with Russian indigenous people, and large-scale joint cleanup questions.
Yeah, but then the large cleanup questions belongs to the ecological situation of the Baltic Sea.
Yes, let's start there. That's
there,
I
and
think
then
a
the work
good
of the
start.
Arctic Council will include the indigenous people. Yes.
Include Russia and the indigenous people.
Yeah, of course, we don't take away Russia.
Yeah.
Palle, do you have a comment? Okay, I take Palle.
Yes, I have. To Susanna's suggestion again about the indigenous people, it's a different situation with Russia, and the indigenous people are have a consultant, what do you call it, role in the Arctic Council. Russia has been excluded more or less by the other countries. They have decided not to make the. So it's 2 different situations.
Okay, so is it
I-
the same situation as with HELCOM? No.
Yeah.
We're
Yes.
not sure how it worked, because Oleg didn't know either. Is the Arctic Council at all working?
No, not really.
So how should we say it? The work of the Arctic Council, we have said, must be restored.
Yeah, resumed or something. Restored.
Resumed.
Yeah.
Which is better.
Yeah, but some of us should do a bit of research so we know precisely what's happening in the Arctic Council. It's not difficult.
I can clarify a little bit about the Arctic Council. It was closed for a long time because Russia was president of Arctic Council. And then there was a forum in Arkhangelsk, and people from the West still came to Arkhangelsk, and there was a forum and negotiation. And then the Arctic Council resumed. But I would not put at the same kind of line, indigenous people, because there are representatives and observers from Russia, indigenous observers who really support the war. So I would kind of put indigenous people in other statement parts. Just, for example, what concerns me that in Norway, they were excluded from the Army Council, for example, just also because not all think in the same way, but I would just write more generally, unite indigenous people for peace or something like that. From all countries in the Arctic and Europe, because it is a very complicated question, and indigenous community in Russia is very separated. Some of them support one side, some of them other side, and they don't really talk for peace that much.
The ICC is the Inuit Circumpolar Council is very clear in their statement that they want the Arctic.
You are talking.
Well, no, I just want to just say that the Inuit Circumpolar Council is united in their statement that the Arctic should be declared a zone of peace and cooperation. They're very clear on that. They're very clear. So I think including their appeal in that will not get us into any trouble. That is in line with what their wishes are.
Yeah.
So can we let Tamara and Maria, Susanne, clear that with the indigenous people, where and how they should be included? And Maria could also see that the Arctic Council demand is up to date. Is that okay with you, Palle?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Because Maria seems to know what is going on up there. Palle, you had your hand up? No, okay. Karin?
Well, we didn't finish the indivisible security. We all believe in the indivisible security. And if we want to explain what it means, one can continue and say, no one is secure if not everyone is. No one is security if not everyone is.
So can you say it once more? I'm getting a bit. Hey, we believe in
indivisible security.
Can you please?
Odelbar.
I can't hear what.
Odelbar, indivisible. It's more or less. It's the same as common security. Yeah. But it means that everyone has got to be secure.
Yeah. So Tamara can formulate that.
Yeah.
I can't hear now.
Proposal. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Fine.
Tamara, you know what she wants to have there at the end. Good. Fine. Susanne?
Yes, it was that establishing protective security zones around nuclear power plants. Maybe this could come in the...
Where is Oleg? It's about your theme.
Where is Oleg? There is Oleg. Under the point, the reducing of nuclear threat. We have signing, ratifying, we have removing nuclear weapons, we have extending warning times, and then we have excluding all military activities around civil nuclear facilities, establishing protective security zones around nuclear power plants. Does that answer the need? And it was protective security zones? Good. And maybe we write NPP out in words. Not everybody knows what an NPP is. Thank you.
Okay. I really hope that we don't add very much now because it's getting very crowded. But Ellen, please, you had your hand up.
Just to call attention to my chat statements that it should be on the statement, the purpose of the statement is for dissemination and to gain signatures to go to individuals and officials. that should actually help get more signatures to say what will happen with the statement. I think a lot of times we don't do that, but I think it's helpful to say what you're going to do with it.
Yeah, because when we write to and we left it open, we will add to the governments in the Baltic and Arctic regions, to NATO, to OSCE, to United Nations, to HELCOM, and to the Arctic Council. We will write it out.
Good.
Okay.
Good idea somehow to get group sign-ons, you know.
It's very hard. We tried with the Guan. We would never have got the 70 signatures from organizations. You can mention, we mentioned where we are active. So they see that you are active in some organization. But to get, for instance, already to get 12 organizations all around, it's hard. Susanne, and then Oleg. Susanne, unmute yourself, please.
Yes. For the last sentence, I think I have noted somebody said that in these 2 days that neighbors logically have common security interests. So maybe that could be, instead of saying we all believe in indivisible security, neighbors logically have common security interests and believe in indivisible security. No one is secure before everyone is secure. I like this sentence, that we logically have common interests.
Did you get that, Tamara?
That we have common interests? The language, let's think about that. The language of interest can be really loaded. And I just think common security, the interests of the language of interest is very loaded. So let's think about that, and we can discuss a little bit further. But we have agreed to common security in the indivisibility of security. So let's think about that.
Oleg, please.
Colleagues, some of you want to get signature of the statement from your organization. Is it correct, my understanding? But I think it will be very difficult. We cannot finish this process. My suggestion is that we, participants of this conference, will sign this document. And maybe some of the organization support it, but it's not possible to get signatures from 100 organizations, and it is not real. And my suggestion is to participants of the conference and not more.
I agree. Okay.
Yes, when we have the statement ready, and I get the lists of participants with their emails from Oleg, I will send the statement to you, and you will, within a limited time, try to get persons signing. They can, like we do with Leah, say active in that or active in that, but not to put the organization in responsibility. I see no hands now. Margaret, is it a new hand or an old hand?
As a new hand, I would suggest to sign today with the participants of this conference and then send it later, because I do not see the pleasure of waiting for others. They can sign if they like, they can refuse, but I would prefer to have the declaration today signed. Thank you.
Yes, but that means that we cannot sign for all the 100 because all the 100 are not here now. We were around 100 yesterday afternoon, but today now here we are how many? 30. I think we are 30 online. It's enough. Yeah. We can start with these names of today's, but I have to know than exactly who is here now. I don't know how it works, Oleg, that I can get the participants here now when we do this. We can write them down then later. Can I make a suggestion? You all go for a cup of coffee. We have time till 6. You go to the loo or wherever, make some gymnastics. We try now to sort it out we try to write it down with all the changes together with Tamara and Maria and Oleg and me. And then we present the paper again. Is that okay, Susanne?
I just have the last sentence now. We take away this issue of security, and the last sentences would be, we all believe in indivisible security. No one is secure before everyone is secure. People-to-people diplomacy has to be continued by opening borders.
Great.
Did you get it?
Actually, can you write that down, exactly what you have, and then we can copy it from the chat.
I can put it on the chat, okay?
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank
so
you.
Then
You're so great.
Today, yes. We don't know about tomorrow.
I want to say something. I am urgent to go to another meeting very soon. It's another global meeting. And I would like to sign, so I don't know how to do.
You don't do anything now. We write down that you were here.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Agneta Norberg. Yes.
Yeah. Even though you go away, but the other ones come back in, let's say, 20 minutes. What time is it now? Yeah, that would be 5 o'clock St. Petersburg time. What is it in Sweden?
6.
6.
No.
4. 4 in Sweden and the Nordic countries. And then we take, I will write down everybody who will be the guilty ones when we sign it. Is that okay? Yes. Oleg still.
Dear colleagues, my colleague Gennady asked me to take a common picture just now. We will stop. We will in the screen will be all participants, and
in the screen, can you put all the participants?
Put on videos.
Yeah, ask people to put on the videos.
colleagues, please switch on your screen because we want to take a common picture with you. And
ask all the ones who can put on their, all the ones who could put on their faces. We need your faces. Vera, your face. And you two, you want to be on the picture.
And also, the intelligence services need our faces too.
So just stand, yeah.
Now, is it possible because the table is there?
They have all the faces
Let me
already.
see, but maybe I can stand on the chair or something.
Let Gennady take your camera. What are you rushing around?
Can you lift it up just a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tamara.
Lift it up a little, okay. And then like really, can you? And then can you go behind there? Yeah, that's great. And then who else is coming in? No, oh, okay. Okay.
Maria.
Okay, I want to,
of course.
Okay.
I can take pictures.
Oh,
yeah.
Wait.
You all go.
Do you see anything because the table is on the way?
We have enough time to work.
Okay. I know, but it looks so beautiful. Pens, it looks all beautiful. Oh, you got one. Okay, hold it tight. Hold it tight, hold it, lift it up.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
but
great.
there's,
Attention, please.
okay,
Yeah.
peace.
Cheese.
Peace and cheese.
Okay, no,
Peace and cheese.
We're gonna do two more. We're gonna do two more.
Can you see what?
Oh, here, Tamara, please. We have to make a statement.
No, we did two more. Please.
There's million more.
Two more. Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
peace.
Peace and cheese.
Yes. Great.
Attention, please.
Great.
And this picture is very important for the climate and militarism week of action. The climate week of action. So this is the climate and militarism week of action. It says
The poor audience doesn't know what they are.
They don't even know what we have been driving here.
I also want to be.
Vi har en kake.
Yeah.
Vi har en kake.
What time is it now? We have to write the thing. 25. Quarter to. Let's meet in 20 minutes. Okay? Yeah, thank you. And now step by step, and then you raise your hands if you want to change something or take something off or add something. Could you put up, Timo, the text? Okay, so we have statement from the International Conference in St. Petersburg, September 21-22, 2024, Peace, Nature, Cooperation in the Baltic and Arctic regions. We haven't done anything there. Then we have added to, and I don't know Oleg's computer. I tried to manage. Yeah, to the governments and members of parliaments in the Baltic and Arctic regions, to the United Nations, to the OSCE, to NATO, to HELCOM, to the Arctic Council, to the Inuit Circumpolar Council. Is that okay with everybody? Also UNESCO, yes, thank you.
Sorry, I think we should spell out.
We will add UNESCO. I don't add it now here because then I will delete probably the whole, but we put it under the United Nations. Is that okay?
Yes.
Council, does it include this Same, what's it?
The Inuit Circumpolar Council.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So do you want to add something here except for UNESCO?
Maybe spelling out the acronyms.
I can't hear you, Fiona.
Maybe spelling out the acronyms, also spelling out HELCOM, OSCE.
Yeah, okay, spelling out HELCOM. You mean write it out? Yes, we will.
Yes, and OSCE also.
Also OSCE.
And NATO also, since all the others then are spelled out.
Yeah, okay, we do that. Should we also spell it out with OSCE and NATO, all of them?
But only in the line, in the headline, not in the text. It would be too long in the text. Just once explained is enough.
Now I didn't get that.
Only in the headline.
Yes, only in the to whom it goes. Yes.
Yeah, only in two. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. In St. Petersburg, on the International Day of Peace, some 100 participants from Russia, EU countries, US and Canada, on and offline, discussed the current situation of the militarization of the Baltic and Arctic regions and the increasing risks of global military confrontation and the links to the emerging climate and other environmental disasters. Is Susanne?
Yes, Norway is not part of the EU, so maybe we should write Europe. And then I wonder, do we have to write emerging climate and environmental? I think they have emerged already.
Okay, we take
links to the climate and other environmental disasters.
We take away emerging. Now I can manage, I think. And we put Europe instead of EU. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. You see how EU-nized I am already. It's terrible. I really apologize. I was fighting it for 10 years of my life. My youth went Europe. I do it now. The other ones I do later. Okay, Europe, I take away countries then later. So now it's from Russia, Europe, US, and Canada. Is that okay with everyone? Yes, okay. Then we say the participants called for an immediate ceasefire in Ukraine and for the parties involved in the military conflict to start negotiations for peace. Is that okay with everyone? Okay. You can put your hand yellow if you object.
Ceasefire is just one word, isn't it? Not two words.
Open your hand.
You said ceasefire is one word. Thank you.
One word, I think.
Yes, okay. Tamara, can you, is ceasefire one word? So I'm so bad with Oleg's computer, but we'll manage. I do all the abbreviations then. Ceasefire. Furthermore, the participants call for, okay, the changing of the current military concept of security to emphasize human and collective security, to prioritize peace, climate cooperation, environmental sustainability, equitable resource distribution, as well as social health and education security, while prioritizing United Nations initiatives, resolutions, and treaties. Military money must be diverted to urgent human and environmental needs. Is that okay? Can you check the hands? Susanne?
I'm a little. Hello.
Susanne first. Agneta, Susanne first, then do.
We don't have to say while prioritizing the UN. We can take away the word while, maybe.
Yeah, okay, wait.
I want to say something.
Yeah, you may. Wait, let me take one thing. Okay, prioritizing. Yes, Agneta?
I'm a little bit, how should I say, worried where should what I was taught about the space militarization, because we have those huge radar bases in the northern Norway. Should it be abolished all the, because it should be, in a way, the war will be, the war that is planned for will be by space and satellites. So I don't really know.
Agneta, you have to say where you want to put it afterwards. We want to know where it should be included, and we need the line, like 2, 3, 5 lines, and then we discuss it afterwards, okay?
That's why I wanted, because I thought it could be put here, a line. No,
here,
okay.
if you have to do the line, you have to write the line. What do you want to have said, and where, at what, in what part of the, yes. Furthermore, the participants call for the changing of the current military, that we had already, human and environmental needs, and you said okay. The ecological situation, can you all see the text?
Sorry, Jutta,
yes, okay.
Ulla,
The ecological situation.
Ulla, sorry, I'm still with military money. Above the ecological situation, I would suggest to use, it must be transferred to human to urgent human and environment needs, not to be diverted. I think it's stronger.
What are the
Transfer
English-speaking people
military money
saying?
to
Should it be diverted or
transferred?
Moved.
Transferred.
The slogan is "Move the money."
Tamara, you are the
Or
English-speaking
moved, more
person.
maybe of that. But it's diverted is not strong enough.
Yeah.
And
Thank you.
spending
We should.
instead of money.
Sorry, Palle, what did you say?
Spending instead of money.
I think
Aha,
military
military
budgets.
spending.
No, military money is
should be, must be, military budgets must be reallocated to urgent human, social and environmental needs.
But human is social. Just keep it short, okay? You said military budgets.
Diverted or reallocated urgent human and environmental.
Budgets. Don't go away. I'm really tired. Military budgets must be
Diverted or reallocated, whichever you.
is reallocated okay with you, Margaret, because you didn't like diverted.
I didn't like diverted, but I like military money. It's better than military budget. Military money is self-understanding.
So we
Sorry,
put
but
back. We put
it's not
back.
correct in English. It's not. It doesn't sound English. Military money. It should be military.
Money in English.
Susanne?
Say expenditures or budgets, but not military money.
Tamara, the slogan of WILP is "Move the money from war to human and environmental needs." We have lots of banners saying "Move the money." It's not diverting. It's not reallocating. It's moving the money.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's more common money.
Yes. Yes.
So should it then be military budget must be moved to urgent?
No, move the money from military to human and environmental needs.
That's okay.
Move the money only. Should we just say
Move the money from the military to urgent human and environmental needs? That sounds good.
Simple and understandable. That's good.
move the military money?
The money.
Move the money. Okay. You should come and write it because you are.
Computer is really hard.
Move the money to urgent human and environmental needs. Please don't talk here because I can't hear what they are saying. Move the money to urgent human and environmental needs. Is that so now?
Move the money from military to
from
urgent.
military.
Including Russia, yeah? Yes, all military.
Move the money from the military
Yes, from the military.
to urgent. From the military. Now, if you have 2 seconds, I will read it from you. Move the money from the military to urgent human and environmental needs. Okay, I'm sorry if I got a bit nervous, but I can't concentrate when there is very much noise. Okay? Then the ecological situation in the Baltic Sea. Hey. The ecological situation in the Baltic Sea needs Russia to be included in all HELCOM official meetings again. We call for initiating large-scale cleanup operations.
Joint, initiating joint, so it looks, or cooperative or collaborative. There needs to be a word initiating joint, so it's not like we're just
joint large scale. Is that okay with everybody? Yes, joint. And we don't have to specifically say on the Baltic because this is the Baltic Sea, okay?
Sorry, it doesn't sound quite correct in English. The ecological situation needs Russia to be included. It should be requires for Russia to be included or something like that.
Okay, requires.
for Russia. And I'm not completely happy with this formulation either, but if we don't have a native speaker, yeah, we do have.
Oh, we have. Yeah.
What do you think?
I just can't use this computer, so let's just.
But
carry
stand
on.
there, yeah. The ecological situation of the Baltic Sea requires Russia.
Requires for Russia, I think.
Should it be for?
Excuse me, it should be consultation in the ecological situation. Ecological, I mean, it doesn't sound right. Ecological.
Yeah, it sounds a bit strange, this sentence. Maybe the gravity of the environmental situation makes it necessary for Russia, something like that.
Yeah, but not too many changes anymore. But we can say, no, she said environmental, not ecology.
Okay, the gravity of the environmental,
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I will. The gravity
makes it necessary.
Wait, the gravity of, I'm working on a completely strange computer. The gravity of the environmental situation in the Baltic Sea
makes it necessary for Russia to be included.
In the Baltic Sea makes it necessary. What requires, and it's shorter. The gravity of the environmental situation in the Baltic Sea requires Russia to be included in all HELCOM official meetings again. We call for initiating joint large-scale cleanup operations. Okay, thank you. The work of the Arctic Council must also be restored and include Russian participation in full.
Sorry, once again, we call for initiating is not completely correct. We call for the initiation of or for the start of a large scale cleanup operations.
you can just delete the verb because we call for large scale cleanup operations. Just get rid of it.
Yeah, okay. I put it on somebody's suggestion. We call for joint large scale cleanup operations. Is that okay?
Great.
The work of the Arctic Council must also be restored and include Russian participation in full. Furthermore, cooperation between indigenous people across the Arctic borders should be fostered. Is that okay? No yellow hand?
Just a comma after furthermore.
Yes, thank you.
But
wait,
sorry.
Yes?
Do you know that it is not there?
What?
Cooperation between indigenous people?
Yeah, it's hard now because, what was the reason why we put it?
There's a travel ban. It makes it very difficult to travel and to get joint funding.
Okay,
So it's actually about open up the border, but to get funding.
Yeah, in the present situation, yes, of course.
It's more about opportunities for cooperate and not discriminating them. Like, for example, Norwegian Sami Council excluded Russia because of their attitudes towards the war or whatever, but they need to cooperate despite different views.
Is that okay with you, Paula? Did you get the explanation? Okay.
Yeah.
The reducing of the nuclear threat. This includes signing, ratifying, and implementing the UN Nuclear Weapons Ban Treaty, TPNW.
It's not the name.
Sorry?
I've put in the chat the real name of the treaty.
Yes?
It's the UN Treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons.
Okay, we will do that afterwards on the prohibition. Yes. I should have known that, yes, on the prohibition.
this isn't an active sentence, so
No.
we need to change that.
We need,
The nuclear threat must be reduced.
yes, yes, the nuclear threat. Okay, the nuclear threat must be reduced. Must be reduced. Okay. This includes signing, and Palle, I will put in the correct word for TPNW. Removing nuclear weapons from high alert status, extending warning times, and adopting a policy of no first use of nuclear weapons. Furthermore, it includes enhancing preparedness for potential radioactive emissions from nuclear-powered vessels in Norwegian and Baltic waters. Should we have Arctic waters? Because it also includes the Russian vessels. I just now noticed. My brain is not in the best.
Arctic and Baltic waters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Arctic and Baltic waters.
Sorry, I think Arctic water, it should be even mentioned because it's extremely terrible situation in the Arctic.
That is what we have done now. We have changed it, Agneta, to say that furthermore it includes enhancing preparedness for potential radioactive emissions from nuclear-powered vessels in Arctic and Baltic waters. And excluding all military activities around civil nuclear facilities and establishing safety zones around them. Anything here, Susanne?
It's not nice to say 2 times and.
Yeah, okay.
So maybe we should have
as
a semicolon.
Well as establishing.
Yeah.
As well as. Okay, thank you.
Later, I would like to change this to say the state, like this includes signing. We have to say who are we asking? So this, you know, the Baltic states or something. The Baltic and Arctic states must sign, ratify, and implement. You know, the Baltic and Arctic states.
Okay, can we agree on that? We change that about the nuclear threat, because we are talking about the Arctic, and the nuclear threat must be reduced. This includes for the Arctic and Baltic states.
Signing, ratifying, implementing. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Is that okay with you? No, we have hands up. Isabel? You are muted. You are muted. Isabel, we can't hear you. Mike, we can't hear you, Isabel.
Microphone. Okay. I think now. I think can't be write instead of reduced, should be eliminated. The nuclear threat should be eliminated.
I like that. I prefer eliminated, not reduced.
Can we agree on eliminated?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Isabel. And then was do you have anything more, Isabel?
Yes. Like now you have put the nuclear free zone, the Arctic and Baltic again, but can we add and followed by nuclear free Europe still?
We have it. Wait.
This is about the Arctic.
We said that we don't. We will be.
We stay in the Arctic and Baltic.
Yeah, but wait. Let us take one sentence at a time. We have now said the nuclear threat must be eliminated. This includes signing, ratifying, and so on. Furthermore, it includes enhancing preparedness for potential radioactive emissions from nuclear-powered vessels in Arctic and Baltic waters, and excluding all military activities around civil nuclear facilities, as well as establishing safety zones around them. Isabel, we now stay at this chapter. If you want to change something else, do this when we reach that point. It's easier for us to work on it here. But Fiona, I'm sorry, I see the name so badly. Are you Fiona or Florina? Sorry, I'm really sorry because
Florina.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry, but we need to go back a little bit because we didn't. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
It doesn't make sense. So the very beginning where I say, furthermore, the participants call for, and then you have the ecological situation, which changed a bit.
Where are you now in the first chapter?
The second, the ecological situation.
So yeah, that bit you should have. The participants call for the inclusion of Russia in all upcoming HELCOM meetings in order to address the gravity of the environmental situation, because that makes sense in light of the other things that we are calling for.
I need that you write it on the chat now because
I put it in the chat.
So can you read what you have put in the chat?
For that little paragraph with the ecological situation, it should be instead the inclusion of Russia in all upcoming HELCOM meetings in order to address the gravity of the environmental situation.
I can't read the chat from here. Yeah, so
because we are calling for all these things. So we are calling for the changing of the concept, and we are calling for Russia to be included in the meeting.
Don't you think we say it in the original one? The gravity of the environmental situation in the Baltic Sea requires Russia to be included in all HELCOM official meetings again.
But it doesn't hang together, I mean, logically, because you have all these things, the one after the other. So we ask for this, for that, and the other. And it's just more logical this way.
I think
so we ask for Russia to be included because of the gravity
Okay,
of the situation. So
do
it's
you
just
want to
a
comment
matter-
this, or should we just take Florina's suggestion and put it in here afterwards? Isabel, is it on this one? Are you commenting on this one, the Baltic situation and HELCOM?
Yeah, so changing
So
that bit
after-
with the bit
after
that
the
I put in the chat.
I can't hear two persons talking at one time. Are you, Isabel, commenting the gravity of the environmental situation in the Baltic Sea or something else?
I was suggestion on this to write after the 1959 and all of Europe.
Yeah, but we are still on the gravity of the environmental situation.
Okay, no, that's not.
Do you agree? Is the suggestion of Florina in the chat now? I can't see the chat from here.
Yeah, we cannot see it at all.
We cannot see, Florina, your...
What should we do to see?
Shall I read it again? I don't know why I don't see it. I sent it to everyone.
What if we take away something, it's there somewhere?
If you keep this one and you say what I shall type.
So that bit with the ecological situation, instead of that, you can type the inclusion of Russia.
The inclusion?
In all
You have to, I have to type on a computer, I don't know. The inclusion of Russia
in all upcoming or future HELCOM meetings. In all upcoming or future.
In all coming, hey, please. In all
future, actually it's better, in all future HELCOM meetings.
In all. Mm, I can't get this now to work. In all future.
Oh, just a second.
After that, I have to.
Just
in all future
HELCOM meetings.
HELCOM meetings.
In order to address the gravity of the environmental situation.
Meetings. I have to do in order
to address
the
gravity
yes
of the environmental situation
in the Baltic Sea. The inclusion of Russia in all future HELCOM meetings in order to address the gravity of
the
environmental situation
in the Baltic Sea. Yeah.
Is what is required or what?
No, this is it, because we already have at the beginning that the participants call for all these things. So we call for the changing of the concept, we call for the inclusion of Russia.
The inclusion of Russia in all future HELCOM meetings in order to address the gravity of the environmental situation in the Baltic Sea. I repeat it once more. The inclusion of Russia in all future HELCOM meetings in order to address the gravity of the environmental situation in the Baltic Sea. Is that okay now, Florina? Great.
Yes, I think it's better.
This is fine.
Then we go to the next chapter.
Sorry, Ulla.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, Margaret.
Suzanne has made a suggestion in the chat, and I think it's much more simple and easier to understand. Participants are called for Russia to be included in all future HELCOM official meetings again in order to address to the gravity of environmental situation in the Baltic Sea. I think it's more easy to understand, so I would support this
Would
one.
that be okay for Florina?
It is the same that you have noted. It's exactly the same. Thank you.
Russia to be included. Can you read it to me, Tamara? I can't see it from the chat.
Russia to be included in all future HELCOM official.
You are going too fast. Russia to be included
in all future HELCOM
meetings.
In order to address
Yes.
the gravity of the environmental situation in the Baltic Sea.
Yes, I read it once more. Russia to be included in all future HELCOM meetings in order to address the gravity of the environmental situation in the Baltic Sea. Are you okay now? Okay. Then the next, we have to, we call for joint large-scale cleanup operations.
Great.
Okay. Then the work of the Arctic Council must be restored and include Russian participation in full. Furthermore, cooperation between, there's a comma now. Furthermore, cooperation between indigenous people across the Arctic borders should be fostered. Is that okay?
I just say full participation, not participation in full, just full participation.
Russian full participation. Did you hear that all that we say Russian full participation?
Yeah.
Full participation. The work of the Arctic Council must also be restored and include Russian full participation. Furthermore, cooperation between indigenous people across the Arctic borders should be fostered. Florina, you have your hand up. Is it an old hand? Susanne.
I wonder if there is another word than fostered, because fostered is a little bit up, down. You do that with small children. Florina, you are an English
Tamara, what
teacher.
should you use instead of fostered? Promoted?
This sounds fine to me. Foster.
How about encouraged?
Encouraged, yeah, encouraged, yeah, we can do that,
super.
yeah.
Should be encouraged.
Yeah, and then instead of the reducing.
Now the comments, the comments from here is that fostered is stronger.
I don't agree. I'm a native speaker.
Who is a native speaker?
Gloria McMillan. I teach English at college level.
And you say foster or what?
I say that encouraged is every bit as strong as fostered, and it doesn't carry maybe that talking down to kind of tone of foster.
And Tamara says foster. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I put encouraged. Okay, should be encouraged. I'm a school teacher, so I should prefer fostered, but I don't care. Yeah, okay. Then we come to the nuclear threat. The nuclear threat must be eliminated. This includes signing, ratifying, and implementing, and then the right word for TPNW, removing nuclear weapons from high alert status, extending warning times, and adopting a policy of no first use of nuclear weapons. Furthermore, it includes enhancing preparedness for potential radioactive emissions from nuclear-powered vessels in Arctic and Baltic waters, and excluding all military activities around civil nuclear facilities, as well as establishing safety zones around them. Is this okay with you? Susanne? You mean
I think,
yes?
Yeah. The participants call for the elimination of the nuclear threat.
Yes, right. The elimination of the nuclear threat. Okay?
Elimination.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
I would like to change the conjugation of those verbs from ing to not to be passive. Ing is not good.
ing, where do we have ing? I don't know what you are talking about.
It's like progressive. This is not signing, ratifying. It should just be sign, ratify, implement.
Okay. So if we do that later with the elimination of the nuclear threat, and then she wants to add it so that it's sign, ratify, blah, blah, blah. Is that okay with you, not signing, ratifying?
No, yeah.
Can we leave that to Tamara? Okay, no.
It's implementing that is not necessary. Signing and ratifying is necessary.
No, I'm talking
Implementing is included.
I'm talking, yeah, we don't need implement. I wanted to remove the ing, the progressive conjugation of the verb. It's not a good way of writing a statement with that conjugation of a verb.
So you mean this includes to sign, ratify? Yeah, Tamara does it later. Is that okay with you? Makes
Sign
it
and
also a little bit
ratify.
shorter. Did I hear Palle?
Yes, sign and ratify.
Yes, yes.
No need for implement.
Right. Okay, we do that. The Nordic, now I am at the second chapter in the elimination. The Nordic region and the Arctic should be declared as nuclear weapon-free and demilitarized zones as of the Antarctic Treaty of 1959. Okay? Opening.
No, can I?
Yes, Palle?
Well, I would
No.
suggest that we put after the 1959 followed by all of Europe. And I also have the question, why is it the Nordic region and instead of the Baltic? And what is the definition of Nordic? And also we have to think about what it means. I mean, it means that Russia should withdraw their nuclear arms. So at least that should be done by all the European countries having U.S. Nuclear bombs or their own ones as well. This is also as a first, why Nordic and not Baltic? And then because we are demanding that from Russia, I think it's really important to put followed by all of Europe behind.
I'm sorry,
1959.
that was something that was supposed to be changed and I didn't notice. It should be the Arctic and Baltic regions should be declared. Yes.
So it's Baltic and Arctic because the conference name is like that, and I understand, but it means what I just said, that Russia would have just a far more bigger part of withdrawing. So I think also because of that, and also because we need to have visions, at least I would include followed by all of Europe after this 1959.
Okay, but wait, we will discuss that. Oleg has a comment and then Susanne. Oleg, please.
Colleagues, I think maybe reasonable to focus on Baltic and Arctic region, like beginning, but later maybe in all Europe. I have no any recommendation what reasonable to do in France and in England. It is not possible. It is nuclear countries. How we provide the nuclear-free France and England?
Yes, and maybe we should have the understanding that this is a Baltic Arctic webinar, and it's easier for everybody if we stick to that dimension. Karin, and then Florina.
Well, as I said before, and I've been supported now by whoever, that this is to be put much more pressure on Russia than the rest. And this is, so all of it is very difficult. But if you put US deployed weapons in Europe,
That's
it's not really good to just put the pressure on Russia. Russia has got the marine nuclear arsenal in the Kolahalvön Peninsula, and that is the Arctic region. So it's very unfair or unbalanced. It's not balanced, this.
Yes, and we have to remember that we are now NATO members and we might get them too. So then we are in the Baltic region with nuclear deployment. So yes, I take Florina and Susanne and then we formulate it again. Florina?
Yeah, just a couple of very small linguistic points. I'm not sure, is it correct this as of the Antarctic Treaty?
Yeah, but let us agree on this Arctic and Baltic regions first. Susanne?
Yes, I agree with Karin that we should put the US weapons, the US deployed nuclear weapons, but I think maybe we take away the Antarctic here because it gets such a strange mix. Maybe we just cut out the, because we have 6 or 7 nuclear-free zones in the world.
Yes. So we should now say the Arctic and Baltic regions should be declared as nuclear weapon-free and demilitarized zones. But what about, where shall we put in the US weapons? Who has a suggestion? Susanne, is this an old or new hand?
What about the word balanced by something?
Balanced by. Can you
I
say
don't-
what
I don't know if it's helpful.
the Arctic and Baltic regions?
Yes, but I don't like this that we go further down. It's enough to be there, Arctic and Baltic. And if we will mention any nuclear weapons, we might mention, but I'm not sure it's good here. The Trident submarines who is patrolling, 2 of them are in the Arctic under the ice. I'm not sure because we haven't been talking about that. 2 Trident nuclearized, and 1 Trident can destroy the entire globe, not globe, half of the globe.
Yeah, and the US have, of course, their nuclear arms in the Arctic and also in the Baltic region. We know that. So should we include any more the European deployed US?
But asking,
then you have to give me a formulation, please. Yes. The ones now who comes up with suggestions, please formulate them. Margaret, and then Karin, and then Susanne, and then Palle.
I stick to the point that not the Nordic region, that the Baltic and Arctic region should be declared as nuclear weapon-free demilitarized zone, and with hint to this Antarctic Treaty of 1959 and nothing more. Please do not fill this one with any country name or something like that. Stick to this point. Thank you.
Good. Very good, I think.
Okay. Karin?
I think that you should add the US deployed nuclear weapons in Europe should be removed.
Yeah, I agree. I like that.
Who
because they
agrees?
should-
Who disagrees? Put your hand down. How many agree? I don't see anybody but Margaret not agreeing.
I don't agree.
You don't agree. Then
No, I
try to formulate it so that we agree.
Sorry, Ulla, if you mention US, you have to mention everybody else.
Yeah, that's
So
a bit problematic.
No, look, it is covered in the above with the UN treaty. I mean, if we ask the Baltic and Arctic nations to sign and ratify the UN treaty, then they are all gone, the nuclear
No.
weapons.
But that doesn't go together in the same sentence. You don't get the balance like that. In any case, they won't do what we ask for.
So, yeah.
But since we are, I'm trying to reason now this. Since we are talking about the Arctic and Baltic waters, and we have the Russian nuclear weapons and the US nuclear weapons in the Arctic and Baltic waters, it should cover it without saying who is the one. Susanne?
That was exactly my point, and I would still make a punctum after the militarized zones, not taking the Antarctic Treaty because we have newer treaties of other nuclear-free zones.
Okay, so now I suggest that we just keep it to the Arctic and Baltic regions should be declared as nuclear weapon-free and demilitarized zones. Can we agree now?
I just have one more question.
Susanne?
Instead of saying declared, because that doesn't mean that they are, is there another verb in English we could use? Made into, transformed into, something
Tamara,
like
can
that.
you give an English word?
I'm not sure.
Become.
It's a bit tricky, she says.
What about become?
But they don't
That's
become out of themselves.
No, but that's ordinary language. It's
Yeah.
easy to understand.
Couldn't we just leave it should be nuclear weapon free? Should be nuclear weapon free, and should be a demilitarized zone free of nuclear weapons.
Or should be made, not only be, but made.
Okay,
made
into a nuclear weapon, to a demilitarized zone free of nuclear weapons.
What about declared a nuclear weapon free zone?
Declared as an
I think, yeah, it's better made into, because
Yeah, Tamara says that declared is an action, and we need actions.
But you can declare without that it's
Made
really,
into
it's a
is
word
also
only.
an action. Made into is an action. That is an active verb.
Yeah.
The Arctic and Baltic regions should be made into nuclear weapon free. Should be made into. Okay?
Yes.
The Arctic and Baltic regions should be made into nuclear weapon free and demilitarized zones. Are you satisfied? Okay. And then
I'm sorry.
Not everybody at one time, please. Karin, you have your hand up.
I have raised my hand, and I'm sorry. I think you are doing a fantastic job, Ola. And I really don't want to.
We take that later. We take that later. Now we have to get this ready.
But
You owe me like 100 bottles of champagne and Oleg.
Let me finish.
Anything about the text?
Yes, about the text. I keep to the last sentence that the US deployed nuclear weapons in Europe should be removed.
We know.
I don't think this is really the question of balance. We have got many people here supporting this, and two were against. And now I do feel against this. So I'm really against taking it away. I haven't said whether I can sign this or not afterwards. I don't want to put it that way, but I keep to think again if we should not have that last sentence. People in Europe want to get rid of the deployed weapons. We don't want them in the Nordic countries. So this is really important to get away with these deployed weapons, US weapons. And we have an enormous unbalance here with the thinking of the Kola Peninsula. Well, I don't want them there, of course not. The Russian ones.
Okay, it's Oleg. I agree with you. If we will say about Arctic demilitarization, demilitarized zone and US, yes, I think so. But of course, it is. We need balance, but how to formulate it? It's not so easy for me.
Susanne?
Could we say something? Yeah, could we say something that nuclear weapon-free and demilitarized zones, which is incompatible with any foreign weapons stationed? You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Addressing any foreign weapons.
Can Karin and Susanne work something out? Can Karin
we can let them continue, and we two can in the chat talk together. Okay, Karin?
Okay, and then we come back to the Arctic and Baltic regions. Then we have opening borders, facilitating exchanges, restoring people-to-people programs. Who formulated this text? Is this okay? Opening, here we have again the ing form. Tamara, I would be really happy if you could sit here for some minutes so that we could get this done. The elimination of the nuclear threat. Should it be the opening of borders, since it's the eliminating. And there is the fostering.
The там не надо, просто fostering. Just fostering.
Yeah, but we are not there yet. Here.
I don't support using ing.
Yeah, so please.
ing. I just think open borders,
Okay.
facilitate exchange, restore people, but it's a progressive, it's a passive progressive tense that.
Open borders, facilitate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's when we have had the Arctic and Baltic regions, which you agree, open borders, facilitate exchanges, restore people-to-people programs. Is that okay with everybody?
Just a couple of very small linguistic points. So I'm not sure about this as of the Antarctic Treaty. I would say in line with, or something like that. And opening borders, it should be moved a little bit to the left, like the things before, the elimination of the nuclear threat and so on, because now it's a bit.
So should we say the opening of borders?
No, the text is fine, but I just think it should be in line with the other paragraphs. So the reduction of the nuclear threat, it's just a bit too further to the right.
So tell me what I have to write.
I see. You mean you want it to just go, you want to just move it like that?
Yeah, to shift it a little bit to the left,
that,
so it's under, so it's aligned with the other requirements that we make. Do you understand?
Yeah, okay. Open borders, facilitate exchanges, restore people-to-people programs. Okay. Then there is the fostering of a culture of peace. Foster, we shouldn't have the fostering of, is that so?
It's okay to foster here. We don't have it twice. And
Okay,
the culture of peace is so small that it needs fostering.
Okay, so we say the fostering of a culture of peace and strengthening cultural cooperation.
Actually, we could make it a bit briefer. So fostering a culture of peace and strengthening cultural cooperation.
So I take away the.
So, and also of.
Fostering a culture of peace.
And
do you see the corrections I make?
No, actually, it's not. No, you have to keep the because we have it in the other. Sorry, we have it in the ones before, but then you have to add it also. This fostering of and strengthening of cultural cooperation, if you have it like this. So keep it as it was and add strengthening of cultural cooperation.
The fostering of a culture of peace and strengthening cultural cooperation.
Strengthening of. Because it's
of. Okay.
Ulla.
Yes.
It's me. Sorry.
Yes, Margaret.
But I would prefer to create a culture, because culture is created and not fostered.
Tell me what to write. The creating.
The creating of a culture of peace.
Oh, just create a
Or
culture of peace.
Create. Yeah.
No ing verbs. Just create a culture of peace.
Yeah.
Yeah, create a culture.
Create a culture of peace and strengthen cultural cooperation.
No ing.
And no of. Create a culture of peace and strengthen cultural cooperation.
And scientific cooperation.
cultural and scientific.
Yes, oh, good. Yeah.
Create a culture of peace and strengthen cultural and scientific cooperation. Susanne?
Is create better than promote in this case?
Or cultivate.
Cultivate. I prefer cultivate because
Margaret,
they have been
is
working 10
cultivate
years
okay?
with UNESCO.
Is cultivate okay with you instead of
Cultivate
create?
would be okay. Yeah, cultivate would be okay.
I hope Ollie, sorry, I hope Ollie won't go because we wanted after this to talk about how we could work so that we could get Russian support. And we cannot involve you in that, unfortunately, but don't, Oleg, see that Ollie doesn't go. Cultivate a culture of peace and strengthen cultural and scientific. Not, Ollie shouldn't go home.
Yeah.
Cultivate a culture of peace and strengthen cultural and scientific cooperation. The UNESCO mandate to build peace through international cooperation within the fields of education, science, culture, and communication is vital in order to counter the present world tension and militarization. And this is the text of Ingeborg, who was the former UNESCO. Is that okay with you?
Yes, but this part is redundant and strengthen culture because it's already repeated in the second line. So I just say cultivate a culture of peace, period, and get rid of that because it's already in the second sentence. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's better. That
Yeah,
and it's
I
shorter.
agree.
Yeah, that's better. Great, that's perfect. That's good.
Cultivate a culture of peace. The UNESCO mandate to build peace through international cooperation within the fields of education, and there is science, culture, and communication is vital in order to counter the present world tension and militarization. It is necessary to encourage, this computer, renewed contact and cooperation with UNESCO and see the vision and program of a culture of peace as an important, comprehensive, humanistic framework for our common efforts to learn to live peacefully together. Any comments? No. Finally, the petitions call for the reviving of the OSCE institution as a necessary framework for peace in Europe and the world. Anything to add?
Is reviving okay? I'm asking the native speakers because to me it sounds a bit strange, this reviving. I'm thinking if there isn't a better word in English.
Tamara?
Well, I'm not sure how to word this, but if somebody has a suggestion about how we revitalize, reform, renew the OSCE institution, that would be good. The OSCE is also in a way excluding Russia, so I don't know how we deal with this. So somebody who's more involved with the OSCE should suggest text.
Should we say revitalize?
Yeah, maybe revive or reform. No, not reform.
What about inclusive? What about the word inclusive? Because like what are we really asking for with the OSCE? It's not acting.
It's to wake it up again. Yeah. That is what we are asking for. It is sleeping. It has to be wakened up.
Yeah, but it's more than it's not sleeping. It's also been co-opted and corrupted. I don't want to include that part, but you know what I mean? Like it's also exclusive. It's acting in an exclusive way, and it's not including Russia. It's not being independent. It's not independent.
Revitalizing and reforming, or what?
Gloria had a very good suggestion in the chat. I can't see restitution of the OSCE.
Right. Okay. Restitution of the OSCE as a more inclusive body.
Okay.
Or going to its mandate, like it's.
Can you, I can't see that text.
The restitution.
Finally, the participations call for.
The restitution of the OSCE.
Wait, I'm not. Call for the restitution.
Not more inclusive. Because,
restitution.
yes, of the OSCE, of its inclusive mandate or something, you know, like of its, but not as a more inclusive body. It has to implement its mandate.
They can't hear you now.
Okay. So we don't want to say more inclusive. We want the OSCE to implement its mandate. Like, so we want to say something like the restitution of the OSCE of its inclusive mandate or something like
according,
that.
According to its inclusive mandate.
Yeah, according to its inclusive mandate. Yeah, something like that.
Finally, the participants call for the restitution
of the OSCE, as according restitution of the OSCE
institute and its inclusive mandate, you said,
of the OSCE's, maybe just go OSCE's
restitution
inclusive
means
mandate,
Russia.
the restitution of the OSCE's inclusive mandate, OSCE.
Yeah.
Inclusive mandate.
Of the OSCE, shall I take away institution?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
But
make
restitution,
yeah,
restitution means Russia.
Yeah.
Since Russia is in OSCE.
That's why we're saying.
I don't know what they're worrying about really. Restitution and inclusive, that's fine. Have both if you like.
Yeah. We just need the C, inclusive mandate, or something like in the other places we say to include Russia. So we could, or into, I don't know how to, I
don't write anything before you agree.
Okay, this is better than it was before.
Finally, the participants call, Kika, please. Finally, the participants call for the restitution of the OSCE's inclusive mandate as a necessary framework for peace in Europe and the world. Shall I read it once more? No. Okay. An OSCE summit in 2025, in the spirit of the Helsinki summit in 1975, should be held including Russia and a broad spectrum of civil society. We all believe in indivisible security. No one is secure before anyone. Everyone shouldn't be everyone.
Everyone.
Everyone, yeah.
Everyone.
Before everyone is secure. People-to-people diplomacy has to be continued by opening borders.
Yeah.
What? Comments?
Yeah, we don't need "we all believe" because this whole this whole text we are assuming we are all believing. So get rid of the word "all."
Okay.
And then and then
we believe.
Maybe up here we could say we call, you know, for an OSCE.
We call for an OSCE.
Yeah. Okay. And then we already say earlier in the text about opening borders. So what about we just say we believe in an indivisible security. No one is secure until, not before, until everyone is secure. And I think, what about like people-to-people diplomacy or diplomacy is the key to peace or something like this? But it's very repetitive, opening borders 2 times.
Susanne has her hand up.
Diplomacy is the key.
Susanne has.
I think it's best to take the opening borders down here and don't take it where we have taken it before. I think it's best to stop with opening borders. And if we are to say something more, it's a cooperation, security. Cooperation is the way to security, or cooperation is the way to common security.
Wait. We have to take one thing at a time. You said opening borders. Where did we have that?
I would have it at the end, but not where you put it.
Yeah,
before.
so we have there. Yeah, but that was the idea of Maria, that to facilitate exchanges, restore people-to-people programs, because that is the problem, that they don't have the interchange of programs. And yes, Maria.
I think we should not take it down, but just not repeat at the end. Say something else in the end. And then you will also be happy and I will be happy.
Yes.
But is it part of the nuclear threat, opening borders? I think this is something that goes on all the points. That's why I would put it at the end, because now opening borders, facilitating exchange, restoring people-to-people programs is just under the point of reducing the nuclear threat.
No, we have made it an own French whatever it's called. It's a separate point up. It's not included in the nuclear threat. Oleg has to do I can't cope with this bloody computer. Excuse me.
Okay, take it away at the end. We have to finish
it's the bloody me.
It's okay.
It's not the bloody computer.
What do you need?
This open borders has to be.
Sorry, Ulla, may I interfere?
To move?
To move it.
Okay, I see.
Sorry.
Wait, Margaret.
I'm by the borders still.
Okay, wait.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, we are also by the borders.
So that's why I would like to talk something. You learn in school to use different words, but when you prepare a statement declaration or you prepare a radio broadcast, you use the same words again, because this one is working with the people. Please don't avert the same language, the same words. Contrary, 3 times opening borders is essential. It's better than use another words for this. Thank you.
Okay, Margaret. So now we have, if you look at the paper, there is the open borders is a new point. It's not under the nuclear threat. Open borders facilitate exchanges, restore people-to-people programs, because Maria has been part of people-to-people programs, and they are now being kaput.
Yes.
And then comes the cultivate a culture of peace. So if we keep it there as an own point, then we go back to the last sentence. We believe in indivisible security. No one is secure until everyone is secure. People-to-people diplomacy has to be continued by opening borders. No? Okay, has to be continued.
I think we should keep opening borders at the end, because it's more logical, and we can't just put it at the end because it would come as a big surprise. We can't just put it at the very end. We have to keep it in the document and put it at the end.
No, we already have it in the document.
Nobody hears you from there, Tamara. You have to come here and use the microphone. We have it now as an own point behind the nuclear threat with the exchange programs. Now the question is, should we have it at the end? We have two hands up. You can talk now.
Okay, so Maria and I are sitting right next to the text, and when we look at it in full, having borders repeated twice like this, it really doesn't flow well. In our recommendation, we are recommending that it is a shorter and punchier ending. So we believe in indivisible security. No one is secure until everyone is secure. Diplomacy is the key to peace, or something like that. But we already say borders, we already say people to people earlier in the text. So it sounds repetitive and very heavy at the end, and it doesn't flow well in our opinion. So we are not recommending this final line.
Yeah, but then you have to come up with a text, and but I have to ask for the comments from Margaret and Susanne first. Okay, Margaret, please.
Yeah, sorry. You see, you are still thinking of what you learned at school. You have to learn to talk to the people. And when you talk to the people, you use the same words, not different one, because it's essential that it's come to the head. So please leave opening borders at the end, because it is very essential of this declaration. Thank you.
But how about then peace is achieved by you said diplomacy and open borders.
Yeah, so that's better. That's fine.
Peace is achieved. This is what we have been talking about, and this is what people should know. Peace is achieved by diplomacy and open borders.
With an S, yeah. That's better.
The last phrase would then be, we believe in indivisible security. No one is secure until everyone is secure. Peace is achieved by diplomacy and open borders.
Can you add cooperation, because that's also in our theme? Diplomacy.
By diplomacy, cooperation, and open borders.
Because that's the theme. Then it matches with the beginning, with the title of our talk, of our meeting. Yeah.
And you cannot run away before you have done the ing things. Susanne.
Karin and we tried to find out of this mentioning foreign weapons. So now I posted in the chat my suggestion. I didn't really get contact with you, Karin. And then it's written, the Arctic should be made in...
Where would you like to have it?
The Arctic should be made into nuclear weapon-free and demilitarized
I have to go up
zones.
to Arctic now.
Wait a minute. I have answered you, Susanne. I have explored it and answered you.
I don't see
it. I am now at the
Read it first, and then see if your suggestion is good.
Joo, mutta olkaa hiljaa nyt tässä huoneessa. Mä
wrote it just for you.
Kohta.
Karin, I see what you wrote. I didn't see it when I wrote what I wrote now. I would just finish that sentence, weapon-free and demilitarized zones without any foreign weapons stationed. Because the reason is that for us in Norway, the French and the nuclear submarines from Great Britain are as radioactive as any other nuclear submarines that would crash in front of our coastline.
Oh, I see. So you include English and French.
Yes, in my head, but we don't have to write it. That's why I want to write any foreign weapon stationed. And the only verb, I don't know if it's best, because these nuclear submarines, they're not stations, but they are there.
Oh, thank you. Well,
okay, so let me now, can you, Tamara, read the text?
Well, it says...
Wait. The Arctic and Baltic regions should be made into nuclear weapon-free and demilitarized zones. And what comes then?
Without any foreign weapon station.
without
is foreign to something.
without any foreign what?
Weapons station.
Should it be nuclear weapons?
Well, it's already nuclear weapons free there.
Yeah, without any foreign
Personally, yeah, okay.
weapons station.
If it is zone for everybody, foreign, we don't need that word
I don't I think it's really redundant, and we don't even have peace. We have to go nuclear weapons free, comma, demilitarized, and zones of peace.
Yes,
We need
yes,
zones of peace, because the
You have to
okay,
talk into
the
this one.
oh, okay. Maria and I feel like any foreign weapons station is redundant, and we also need to include the express language that the Inuit people have said, and that is calling for a zone of peace. So we have to be explicit in including that. And then we feel if we include zone of peace, that a foreign weapons station is redundant.
Meaning that what shall I write?
The article should be made into nuclear weapons free.
zones of peace.
But then there is not the Karin's.
I know, because it's redundant.
Yeah.
If there are zones of peace, if they're demilitarized zone, then
There are no nuclear weapons. Okay, the Arctic and Baltic regions should be made into nuclear weapon-free and demilitarized zones and zones of peace.
Yeah.
Karin and Susanne, are you now satisfied? Susanne?
You don't have to say zones twice. You can say demilitarized zones of peace. You don't have to say demilitarized zones and zones of peace.
Yes.
One zone is enough.
Yes. Karin?
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we are very few left. I don't know if everybody now agrees. How many are we here? Can somebody see how many we are on the Oleg, please?
We are 14 on the web, participating on the web.
14 on the web. And we were 29 when we started the work with the statement. So I think, yeah, +7. I think my suggestion is that I send out. Do you want me to read now the final statement once more, or do you trust us? Trust. Okay. So then I think I will do like that, because we have been much more people yesterday. I will send out the statement to all the participants that have been here, the lists of all the registered people. And I will say that we were a group of some 20 people going through the text. And we could take your names now before you leave. Can you take out all the ones that were not there? So we could say that these people here now have agreed on the text, not that it's a text that nobody had agreed upon. Wait, I call now. Yeah, I see Quanta, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Do you agree to the text? I will be very, very short now. Quanta, will you agree to the text we have gone through here?
With one exception, we should really discuss the title itself.
The title?
I agree to all. The title itself should be either proclamation or resolution for peace and environment cooperating in the Baltic and Arctic region. Because peace and nature in the beginning sounds like you're inviting somebody to take a walk in nature.
Yes, okay. Should we make then resolution from the international conference?
Okay.
Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Resolution, is resolution a good word?
Yes.
Yes.
I think that's good.
I think declaration is simpler.
Yeah, declaration is better because it's not really a resolution. We are just asking for things.
Yes.
We haven't really implemented anything.
Shall we put back statement, Susanne?
I put it like she put it in the chat. Proclamation for peace and cooperation, for peace, nature and cooperation for the Baltic and Arctic regions. Do you see it in the chat? I just copied what
I would say, sorry, I would say declaration maybe, because proclamation, I don't know, I don't hear it that often being used by native speakers.
Should it be declaration?
Declaration.
Declaration from the International Conference in St. Petersburg, peace, nature, cooperation in the Baltic. We repeat what the headline of the conference. Declaration.
Yeah.
Okay. Declaration from the International Conference in St. Petersburg, peace, nature. Okay. Leah, can you now cross the ones who can sign as first ones? I see now here Susanne. Is it okay with you? Then I see Quanta. Is it okay with you with declaration and you sign the thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Karin.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, you have Alasame, but then Leah has taken up all the ones who are now here. If anyone of those here do not want to sign, please say. Please put your thumb down. Do you have everyone? So I will send it out to you. I send it first to you, to this group. If there is still something which is really, really, really bad, but I'm not going to send it out 200 times. And after that, when I have get your yes from this group of these 20 people with your signatures, you can add on the one if you want to be mentioned as somebody active in some movement. And then after that, when you have done that, then I send it to all the ones that were here during these days and ask them if they want to sign, and also ask them for others to sign within a specific timeline. Maybe we should give them, if we give them too much time, it will not happen. So what is your suggestion? Is 1 month okay? Is it too long?
1 week.
Too long.
Too long.
1 week.
1 week maximum.
Okay, 1 week maximum. Great. I won't do this immediately because I'm working as a teacher next week, so I don't know how much time I have, but I try to do it as soon as possible. Okay, and then if there are some small linguistic things you can do, but don't change the whole text anymore.
Please don't.
Okay. I thank you so much for your patience, and I thank. Yes, Margaret.
I have two suggestions. To give an okay, we could use the chat just now, so we have everybody. And the other thing is, if the text is too long, I would suggest that you make a redaction work on it and shorten it where it is possible. But I think it should stick straight to one page, not more.
Yeah, I have to ask Tamara for help with all the ings here before she leaves. Yeah, I thank Oleg, first of all, who has really arranged this he has been very stressed. And I thank the interpreters. I thank Anna, who has given us this free space. I thank Timor for having had the patience with us with all the technical details that are not easy to handle. I thank all the participants here, all the fantastic participants there. And I especially thank Susanne for the great financial support from Norway. Without your support, we wouldn't sit here. Whom have I? Interpreters, the fantastic interpreters. And IPB has also, and Margaret Bonins has also contributed to travel costs and other things. And all the ones who have done it in small or big amounts, it's really incredible. Yes, and the work goes on. You learned the word mir, which is peace, and družba, and we say mir and družba. Mir and družba. Mir I družba.
Mir I družba. You must unmute and say it and then clap.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, Ulla,
Dear
for a
colleagues,
fantastic job.
thank you so much. It was extremely important that you are visited online St. Petersburg, and we like it very much. And it's important that we are together because we have all our common environment, we have our common habitat, and let's to protect our habitat. Thank you, and we will finish just now. I will give a signal.
Большое спасибо всем вам. Большое спасибо. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Пожалуйста.
Bye-bye. Take care. Can you say it?
Let's make another plan to meet in St. Petersburg. How about 5 years? 3 years?
Can you say it?
Надо же хоть букет цветов подарить невесте. Что за свадьба без цветов? Ягоды.